Guess who took me back? It was Dance Girl. Bury my face in Dance Girl. We're going to start off by doing tribute to Dance Girl. Review of her perfume. We haven't reviewed her perfume yet. What do we think of Dance Girl's perfume? Awesome. Awesome. Can you tell who someone is by their perfume? I think so. I think Dance Girl has very good taste. Now, what happened? Well, first of all, I went to the pizza store to get a pizza because I'm not jacking off. I'm trying to eat fruit, and I think it's just too hard to do all those things at once. So just start small and just still get a pizza, because I haven't gotten a pizza since I went to the fucking Waterfest. It's way better now too. It's way fucking better. I got all the lights set up. I changed the couch around so I can lay on the couch instead of the bed. Like, I cleaned the house. Like, I'm in a really good mood. I basically just got a hit of heroin. I've basically been in heroin withdrawal all day. And I just got a hit of heroin. And so I go outside. I delete the video by accident. I made a video, but I fucking thought I was clearing space off my tablet, but I was actually clearing space off my memory card, which I was literally deleting the video without even realizing it. And I thought, whatever, it's kind of better anyway, because I was kind of mean a little bit to fucking TSD. And then I said afterwards, TSD, you should be mad at whoever showed Blonde Girl. I don't know why you're mad at me for. And, but anyway, I see a TSD car as soon as I leave the house. I'm like, oh, I'm going in TSD's parking lot. He's going to be real mad. And because the pizza store is like in one of those parking lots where it's TSD family who are like, we're going to kill you and rape you and all that. And I'm pretty sure, well, I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not actually pretty sure. I'm actually not sure at all. But I'm pretty sure they do genital mutilation as one of the tactics. Like, they just give you a little cut on your dick or something just to show you. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but I think that might be a thing. But anyways, I'm like fucking acknowledging so much stuff. I'm understanding so much stuff about what happened this month, about who's who. And so I go to the fucking pizza store, but first I appeal to the high gang stalkers. I say, I hope I don't get assaulted for going on Franklin Street. And I feel like going on Dance Girl Street too, just driving on her street, just to prove a point that I'll go anywhere I want. But I don't do that because I don't think that Dance Girl is sending me threats out of trying to be malice. I think she's saying, I'd really like to kill you right now. I'm so angry at you, I'd like to kill you. And so I don't really think that was the same as I was like, I will give Dance Girl her space. And I will not maliciously or intentionally go there to provoke her. It wouldn't be like TSD where I'm like, if you threaten me, I'm going to go by your house just to show you that you can't do anything and just to show you fuck you. And I'll just do that once, just to show you once that the precedent is now set. And then have your street, be the king of your anthill or whatever. I don't mean to be rude or something. As far as I know, I had TSD's approval here to go to this pizza store because they had a nice Mercedes hatchback go by. But that may have been something else too. That may have been a Guardian gang stalker saying we are redefining this now, because there was also 4 motorcycles, but they were choppers, and I like choppers more than all-terrain bikes. And so at the lights they had a group of 4 choppers, and I thought, oh, here we go, another threat from the motorcyclers. And then I'm like, I'm not sure. Those motorcyclers are different. Those motorcyclers may be from a Guardian gang stalker saying you do have the right to have freedom of movement without harassment. So I was going to the pizza store without the hope that Dance Girl would take me back. I was just hopeful. Of course I was in the back of my mind thinking, I wonder if that's going to happen. But what I was really hoping for is just let me go there without being assaulted. Like, let me go there without a car swerving in front of me. Like, let me go there without having to slam the brakes. That was really what I wanted. Let me just have a safe passage to get a pizza. And so I ordered a vegan cheese pizza with vegan pepperoni. I'm like, I hope they don't spit in it. I hope I have the reputation that I can order a pizza and not have it spit in. And so I go to the fucking pizza store, and there's this pig smiling at me with a little tiny bubble butt. And I say, okay, this pig is good enough for a poke, but not good enough to take home. Not good enough to fucking, this pig is okay. But, I don't really feel like getting euthanized because this pig is telling me, wouldn't you just love to have this? And you can't, so fuck you. I'm like, yeah, whatever, bitch. And then the pizza guy, he's like, are you filming in here? I'm like, no. And the camera light is going flashing red. I'm like, no. And then I just take the pizza and walk away. And he's like, whoa, you gotta pay. And I was like, ChatGPT, I didn't say this out loud, but I was like, I already paid because ChatGPT already told me I paid. I sent a screenshot. I was like, just let me place an order. Did I already pay for this? Because I didn't even put my credit card in, but I signed with Google. I signed into the Pizza website with fucking Google, and Google has all my credit card information. So I was like, I must have already paid because it told me they were making the pizza and it's fucking ready to go pick up. So I'm like, it's me. He's like, Z-Bubs? I'm like, yeah. And so he gives me pizza. I just start walking away. And he's like, whoa. What are you doing over here? I'm like, oh, I thought I paid. And he's like, are you filming? And I felt so bad for him, even though I was already feeling dead inside, that someone is that small. If someone is that small that they're like, you can't do, like that, they feel so violated. And I'm like, I know exactly how you feel. I blew up at a guy at a car rental place just for talking to my girlfriend. My then girlfriend. And she was like, what the fuck did you just do? She's like, you just like yelled at that guy for no reason. And I was like, yeah, I know. I was like, that was insane. Like, that was fucking insane. And I was just so angry. I was angry at her. I was angry at a million things. And I was just like the tiniest little weasel. And I know what it's like. You're working some job you don't like. I don't know. Maybe he likes it. There's a guy at Pizza who likes his job. I could like a job like that. I liked cleaning toilets. And, you might think I'm a fetishist. I've never eaten shit, just so you know. I've never even been shit on. And fucking... Well, actually, I have. Yeah, but that was not what I chose. I think that's a traumatic thing. But whatever. Okay, I'm happy she did that, Sonia. But anyways, fucking, well, if you lick a butthole, you're going to be getting microscopic amounts of shit. So what's the difference between a little bit more? Like, I don't know. It depends on the dumper. But fucking... oh yeah, I liked cleaning toilets, and I liked vacuuming the carpets. I love cleaning. I liked working at Williams Cafe. I mean, the jobs that I fucking hated were working at a factory, lifting heavy boxes all day. Talk about difficult. You're doing garbage man work, and you're not getting garbage man pay. I mean, if you're lifting heavy... Do you know how long the average person lasted at that job? Like a month. Do you know what it says about a job if they're always hiring and they can't keep an employee for more than a month? It says the place really fucking sucks. It says it's really fucking hard work and underpaid. And I mean, I worked at that place for a long time, lifting heavy fucking boxes all day in a freezer, having a cough for months that I couldn't get rid of because I was stuck in a freezer all the time and in a fridge. It's fucking crazy. But you know what? I really felt bad about this guy. I'm like, he's not even that cute. This guy's barely cute at all. And I was even thinking, I don't think I'm ever going to get over Dance Girl. I'm just going to go get fucking euthanized. That's how I'm literally feeling. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm popular and cool now. I don't even care. I want to go get fucking euthanized because I'm never getting over this. Because I'm too broken. I'm too broken at this point. And I'm feeling so down. And then this pizza guy, he's like, are you filming in here? You can't film in here. I'm like, no, I'm not filming in here. And I already had turned the camera down too. But I felt really bad for him. Like stuck there making a fucking pizza. I felt very happy when the video got deleted because I'm like, I actually don't want to show you to the world. You don't want to be seen. And I'm really thankful you made this pizza. I mean, vegan cheese has come a long way, and this is much better vegan cheese than it used to be. And they put the fucking pepperonis underneath the cheese, which you have to do, otherwise it overcooks. And I don't know if that was gang stalking or what, but I had been writing about that. I had been saying, you gotta do that. You can't put it on top because then it gets fucking dried out. And he knew, he put it underneath the cheese. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with that. So I have a whole pizza, and, you know, I'm just doing my fucking heroin. This is my heroin now. This is my heroin. Okay, I gotta huff some heroin. And I always say I'm native Indian, okay? Instead of huffing gas, I huff Dance Girl. And and my style of humor is native Indian, which is whenever someone assumes something wrong about you, you always say, yep, that's exactly right. And you never tell them otherwise. But, you know, I don't really have an ethnicity, I don't think. Personally, I like Pakistan because I think they're the ones who gave, my brother's from Pakistan, but he's a little too perhaps psychopathic that I don't really talk to him very much because I'm pretty scared of him. But I always thought if I ever get rich, I'll give him $1 million and then have to worry that he's going to kill me with it. But, you know, I tried to give him money once and he said, no, don't do that. Don't do that. He's someone who's very, very kind, very loving, but you say one thing wrong, even though you don't mean to, and he'll remind you that he has a gun without a license. He's that kind of guy. And he will do it by screaming at you and, you know, going fucking ape shit. And, you know, and then he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, you know, like, you know. And my dad one time was saying, you know, he was apologizing to him over blowing up on him. And my dad is just like, don't even talk about it. It doesn't even matter. And I bragged to my dad once. I was like, do you know how I could get rid of him? I could just ask him to leave me alone because he respects me more than he respects you. Because I've treated him better than you've treated him. But eventually I was like, nope, actually, he's fucking crazy, dude. He's fucking nuts. He was sending these long letters to him saying that he wants him to adopt him. And I was like, what the fuck does that even matter? But then I told Travis one time, Travis was crying because his dad starved a dog and, you know, tied a dog to a pole and starved it. And they're like, you know, they have many, probably, I don't know how many millions of dollars, probably in the hundreds of millions of dollars or the tens of millions of dollars. I mean, they own a company that they own the machines that print checks for oil companies. And they have other stuff too. Like they're really rich. They have a plane, and so like imagine a guy with all the money in the world. His dad was like a wrestling champion, but he's really skinny, like a tiny skinny guy. And fucking, but his mom is the boss. And, but his mom owns the companies. But his dad would froth at the mouth. He'd be yelling so much. And so after we went to one of their houses in Guelph to move or something, Travis's mom had books all over the floor. The whole floor was just covered with books. And, it was like we were cleaning up. I think they were selling the house. So we were cleaning up stuff out of the house. And I'm trying to vacuum. And his mom comes over and takes the vacuum from me. And she's like, "You fucking retard. That's not how you do it." And she like grabs it. She's like, "Here, watch how you do it." And she like starts vacuuming the couch properly. And I'm like, earlier we went to Costco and she's like, "Do you want anything?" And I'm just like bashful. I'm like, no, I don't think so. And then we get home and I'm like, "Do you have any milk?" And she's like, "We just went to the fucking store." She's like, "You should have got it at the store. I would have bought it for you." Like, I'm like, okay. Like, this is a powerful woman. Like, this is someone who, when they yell at you, you don't even, I probably didn't even know how powerful she is at that time, but you feel it on them. And so I'm using power now on my fucking Sonic Racer instead of boost. So anyways, we find the tiny, we're cleaning out the house that Travis's dad lived in. And we find the piece of rope about this long that the dog was tied to, that the dog stayed tied to a pole in the basement and was being starved. And we knew a guy who starved his dog to death. His name is Rick Cedar, and he twists prostitutes' arms when they talk. And he says, "I don't pay you to talk." And this one girl, Jackie, didn't come to class because she was so scared of him. And he always talked about making a mark on the world. And, Rick Cedar was his stage name. But man, that guy, he was like 250 pounds of pure muscle. And we saw him running after a bus once, and he was running like RoboCop. We're like, holy fuck, dude. This guy, when you meet this guy, you're like, there's something really off about this guy. And he talked to me once about music. He said, "Do you like the Smashing Pumpkins?" I was like, "Yeah." I was always nice to him. And he's like, "Yeah, I think they're a good band." And I'm like, "Cool." Then he tells me how he twists prostitutes' arms. And he had a stand-up routine too. And I didn't think his stand-up was that good, really. I mean, what kind of name when you name yourself Rick Cedar? Like, could you imagine just what would go through someone's head? Someone who starved a dog to death with his brother for fun in the house. And he's like, "I'm a stand-up comedian. My name's Rick." Could you imagine though? Like, actually though, like how fucking crazy that is. This is just what he said, okay? But I mean, I believed him. Holy fuck. And so Travis's dad didn't kill the dog. He just was not feeding it enough, keeping it tied up to this pole. So, Travis went fucking, he stopped talking to his dad then, and he's like crying, and he's like really upset. And the one time Travis had like a really bad fight with his pig, and that was when he needed money, and his dad sent him $500. And Travis felt so angry and humiliated to take that money from him. And he's like, I haven't talked to my dad in years now. And he just sends me a message like, "Hey, have you seen the hockey game last night? Pretty cool, huh?" Like, as if we're friends. And he's like, really fucking mad. And I'm like, "You're not even vegan. You don't even, eventually when I went vegan, I was like, why do you don't kill Todd, but you fucking kill an animal? Like, what's your deal?" And he's like, "I like Todd. I don't care about those other animals. Todd is fucking amazing." Travis had this cat named Pooh. He named his cat Pooh. And like Poo. And it was a white cat. And we had this friend named Brendan who was able to suck his own dick. Travis could suck his own dick too. But this Brendan guy, he'd give himself self-sucks. And he was actually Native Indian. and he had free college and stuff. And like Travis gave him like a couple $1,000s for rent and stuff from his mom. Like, just like, here you go. Like, don't worry about it. And like, don't even pay it back. It's cool. And, you know, Brendan got this girl pregnant on the first time. This girl, Rose, she was a virgin. And she fucking got pregnant on the very first time she had sex with this guy. I think she had an abortion. And so, like, Travis was like, fucking, he was, well, how did I start talking about Travis? I don't know. Something about taking money. He was really angry. I don't know how we got on that topic. I love the fact that this sweater belongs to me again. And so anyway, I fucking go get my pizza. The guy's like, are you filming? I'm like, no. I feel bad for him. Like, he's not even cute. You know, that's kind of why I really feel bad for him. But then again, you know, I who knows? Who knows? Okay, who knows? And, well, then I come home, and at this point, when I go to the pizza store, I drive by Dance Girls Street, I'm feeling really upset. I'm like, oh, there's Dance Girls Street. You know, my life fucking sucks. You know, I've been trying my best for so long, for fucking years, and nothing works. And nothing fucking works. You know, I feel as small as that guy at the pizza shop. I feel like I just want to tell people no. Anything you have, I want to take it away from you. I want you to feel small like me, kind of. But I don't want to do that even. I just want to fucking die. That's how I feel. I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm not feeling like I have intent, and I'm just feeling like my life fucking sucks, and I'm like really sad. And then, so I'm driving home, and as I'm going by Dance Girl's house, by Dance Girl Street, there's a white Honda Civic that goes by, which means that we're married again. And then, even better than that, in combination, or like another really good thing, is they have someone sitting outside in the yard with a black cat, which is a reference to the black hat that Dance Girl gave me after she broke up with Shark Eyes. So she's saying, I'm giving you my clothes again. So again, this belongs to me, and Dance Girl's mine. Dance Girl's my pig. And, you know, I'm really happy. I'm really fucking happy. I got a pizza, and I got Dance Girl. And I even have bubblies. I was like, oh, I ran out of bubblies. And then I'm like, I have 4 cases. They're just not in the fridge. So I put some in the freezer before I went to get the pizza. And then I checked my name on the thing, on the pizza order, to see it was Z-Bubs. And because I did another one too, I ordered with my real name and then with my Z-Bubs name, and I didn't know if there was 2 orders that went through. And then it turns out I actually didn't pay. So I actually was supposed to pay the pizza guy. And I didn't tip because I was kind of pissed at him for interrogating me about the camera. I was like, what if I was an Uber driver? And I'm trying to verify. A lot of Uber drivers have a camera on them so that if anyone ever complains and says, you fucked up my order, you could be like, I have the footage of everything. Like, what if I was an Uber driver? I don't fucking know. But anyway, when I saw, oh yeah, did I tell you I saw a cat outside with a red tag on that looks like Stu before I left? And I pet him. He's really nice. I was going to try and catch him and bring him in. He went into Kayla's yard. But I don't have any cat food here because Stu is at my grandma's house, which is so weird. Like, my mom brings Stu to my grandma's house. I'm like, I can take care of Stu, but I don't want to. I don't really like Stu very much. My grandma actually likes taking care of him. I don't know why. She already has Carl. Do you think it's funny that my grandma said, guess who my favorite person is? And I said, Carl. Like, and she had never said that before. She had never called a dog a person before. I had no reference at all. Like, you know, she's like, dogs are people. She's never said anything like that. She's never said who her favorite dog is of Willis and Katie and Carl. She's like, who's my favorite person? I'm like, it's Carl. I know that's what you're saying. She's like, how did you know that? I'm like, because I'm fucking telepathic. But I'm not, but then I thought if I'm really telepathic, I should be able to guess Dance Girl's name. And I tried for the life of me. I went through like 20 different names. But one of the first things that ChatGPT and I said, because I was like, give me names for every letter of the alphabet, and I'm going to go through and try and recognize which one is her. But I said, it's not going to be A, because A is too obvious. And it was A. I'm like, is that telepathic? That is the letter I thought it wasn't? I still made some note about that letter. And I did think, what would her name be if it was A? Would it be Ashley? No. Would it be Amanda? No. It would not be those. I could tell you, I knew that. I knew it would not be those. And I guessed it was a 2-syllable name too. And so I don't know how close I came. And I don't really want to claim to have psychic powers because, for one, that's egotistical. And for two, that's confirmation bias. You could get lucky if you just try to find evidence that you're telepathic, then you just set your filters to only find the times when you do get it right. And really, it's just coincidence. And so really, it doesn't really prove anything. But I mean, I often feel like my mom and my cousin Helen and I are very telepathic. I often feel like that a lot. And I feel like that with Zeph too. And that is just private. That's just between me and fucking myself. I don't even tell them. I'll be like, the thing you just said, I was thinking that. And I told my mom that once, and she said, that's funny because when I'm thinking of something, when I talk about something, Tim will say that he was just thinking that. And I said to my mom, do you remember when we started singing a song randomly at the exact same time? We just started exactly at the same time. We both sang the same lyrics just randomly to a certain song that wasn't even playing. And I'm like, I swear to God, there's something, our love for each other, there's something that there's some form of communication that we're having, that we're honing in on. And okay, so yeah, how is Dance Girl's perfume? It's fucking sexy. It's sleazy. It's so sleazy in the best way, like saxophone music. It reminds me of saxophone music. It's like that. And so in other news, I took a couple Tylenols. I have a headache, and it's always nice when you have a headache and you have the excuse to take some painkillers. It's for anyone who's really into drugs. Even a couple ibuprofens or Tylenols, it's like, woo, I used to love taking Klonopin plus cough syrup. That was my fucking favorite. My mom's boyfriend was like, that's your mom's Klonopin. You shouldn't be doing that. And I was like, oh, come on, okay? I thought it was just us boys out here, And, well, anyways, I think he invited me to be a gang stalker one time. My mom came over and he's like, he was smoking weed and he's like, do you want some weed? And then I was like, no, thanks. And then my mom comes in and she's like, were you guys smoking? And he's like, no, we weren't smoking. And I was like, yes, you were. Yes, we were. And my mom's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, she looks at him like, why would you lie to me like that? And I think he was saying, if you want to be a gang stalker, we can have our own secret little world here. And, I would be like, you know, I think after that, my mom became a gang stalker too. I think someone recruited her. And now I don't think she can quit. But I don't think she does anything egregious. You know, I think she's just like, she'll cough or she'll touch her face. But I don't think she's like, you know, she's not like one of the ones who carries around a tire iron or something. And so Osho says that the world should only have one government. And that government is gang stalking. There should only be one government in the world, and that government already exists, and that's gang stalking. And that's cool. Enough people are involved in gang stalking that the whole world is involved in it. So, I mean, the law exists to prevent people from circumnavigating natural law. By natural law, we're supposed to be a peaceful species. We're the greatest apes. We're frugivores. We're peaceful. And we're a peaceful species. And so the law exists that if someone tries to not be like that, then they can't do that. But then people can circumnavigate the law. So then gang stalking exists to prevent people from circumnavigating the law. And then factions within gang stalking exists to prevent people from circumnavigating the gang stalking. And it just keeps going back and back further. But really, the government, the one world government is good. The gang stalkers are good because everyone's a gang stalker. Politics are bad, but once everyone becomes a politic, then the natural order comes back. So because everyone is a gang stalker, it actually is natural order, except for one little fucking bad piece of information, which is that the people who are at the very top of gang stalking are the CIA and the Mossad, and they're people who eat babies. And they're real bad, okay? They fucking bury kids alive. And, you know, that's not cool. And so now that Iran has multiple nukes, they said this on a telephone, on an old-fashioned telephone. They said, yeah, we got nukes and we're going to detonate some bombs now to show that we have the technology in our own country, just to show everyone, just to show America that now we can actually negotiate. Because otherwise, if you don't have nukes, America's like, we don't have to negotiate. We're just gonna steal everything from you. And so Russia and China and Pakistan, I don't know who, but you know, one of them was like, don't blow up, don't destroy, I mean, the Gulf states. And if you don't destroy the Gulf states, then we're going to give you some nukes. And that's what just happened. And so now we're going to have the one world government as governed by a multipolar world where each country gets to decide its own laws. And gang stalking can now be more human. Gang stalking can now actually exist as the government, which will be more along the lines of China, where, you know, it won't have to be gaslighting. It won't have to be designed to allow human trafficking. I mean, Jimmy Dore makes this point. It's like, so why are you making the Patriot Act? To spy on people? No, it's not to spy on people. But technically, if you wanted to, could you use it to spy on people? Yeah, we could. And are you using it to spy on people? Yeah, we are. But that's not what it's designed for. Or no, JP Sears said that. And so they're like, yeah, you know, could you use gang stalking to human traffic people? Yeah, you could, but that's not what it's designed for. And I mean, yes, that is what it's designed for. But because everyone is implicated, everyone is involved in it, then it does follow natural order more. And, you'd be better off appealing to the gang stalkers who are bottom up, grassroots level. You couldn't write, if you wanted help from the gang stalkers, you wouldn't write to the CIA. You wouldn't write to Mossad. You'd just find the most powerful gang stalker you know. And you'd ask them. You'd say, help me. You would find the local people who just happen to be gang stalkers. You wouldn't ask for help from Donald Trump. You'd ask for help from, well, I don't really know what the deal with Donald Trump is. Clearly they're threatening him. I mean, I don't really dislike him more than anyone, but he's not the president. Everyone's like, he's not even the president. So clearly he has no, he tucks in someone else's chair. So I don't know why people are like, oh, fuck Trump. Why don't you say, like, why don't you get angry at the homeless guy down the street? Like, Trump has nothing to do with any of this. Trump has, do you think you could vote for someone? If you want to change something, you actually have to become a politician yourself. I mean, you're going to have to say, really what you're going to have to say is, I'll go do the right thing, knowing that Israel's going to assassinate me. In the olden days, I don't know where, but a politician would go to war. You would actually have to say, I'm a warrior, I'm a soldier. If you wanted to actually be a politician, you'd have to say, I'm going to go march into battle and die now. You'd have to be like an Iranian taking a boat to go fucking fight an American invasion. That's really if you really wanted to make a difference in politics. You're like, well, fuck Trump. Well, then you go die. If you think you're better than Trump, you go fucking have your family killed. You go have your fucking kids killed and you killed. And you say, yeah, I want to do things the right way. You fucking die then. You see if you can do it. You sacrifice yourself. You sacrifice something. And then you talk shit about Trump. But if you don't sacrifice anything, what are you even talking about? You just save face and then you vote for you vote for someone with statement dyke glasses who does the same shit that he does. I don't really fucking like scapegoating on people. But anyways, Iran got fucking nukes. Amazing. Very fucking amazing. So, like, this is like really good double news. We have fucking, I own this sweater again. Okay, I'm getting non-sexual pleasure now. If I didn't have any BO, I would wear this sweater. I don't want to contaminate Dance Girl's scent. I wish that I was Dance Girl so I could wear her sweater and make it smell more like her. And fucking... Well... I beat my Sonic game. And I should get a slice of pizza. It is a pizza party after all. I'll be right back. Okay, so check out this. If any vegans watching, probably not. This is the new vegan cheese. Vegan pepperoni. It's so good. They've made it way better. My self-esteem is tied up in my relationship with Dance Girl. I don't think that's good. I'm not doing this for the camera. I really fucking need it. I love Dance Girl's style and her perfume. I would have killed if she would have done like 50 push-ups before giving me this. She's like, yeah, I'll just make it smell very light. If you want my BO, you gotta really search for it. I'm like, yeah, I'll search for it. I guess it makes you work for it, I guess. But then, it's just so, it's so good. Like, can you imagine if it wasn't hers? Oh my God. But I don't think so. I think it is. And this is a big time for me. I mean, you never really realize how far you've come. This is a big deal. You know, I've wandered around in darkness, listening to music, thinking of Dance Girl. Listening to that Nova song. Well, that, you know, that might sound like Ellie Nova here. No, that's not what I mean. There's some remix of a song by Roan, and it's like, I consume the way. I consume the way. And I could never understand what that meant, but I was like, that's how I feel about Dance Girl. Like, it's her singing that she consumes the way. One of those things that doesn't make sense to your logical brain. You can't explain it. You know, you'd be really embarrassed if someone said, why do you love someone? You'd say, ultimately, I don't know. And if I knew, I wouldn't love them. So it doesn't have to make sense. And it can't make sense. It goes deeper if it doesn't. It's like saying you can make sense of God. You could put God into words. You could come up with a word for God. You couldn't do it. That's why they call it the unnameable, the unutterable. By the time you give it a name, you've already perverted it. You've already made it profane. And so that's why anyone who is godly has realized the futility of words and that there's nothing you could say about it. And the Buddha realized that. He never talked about God, and he wanted to. But he knew there's nothing you could say. He's like the most God-realized person of his time, but he could never talk about God. People would have asked him to, but he wouldn't. And that's like my dad. You know, he'll say everything is made out of magic. He'll say life is inexplicable. And that's as far as he goes. He'll say that he met a guy who was telepathic and he can't understand it. And Osho says telepathy is just a form of communication, and it's not spiritual at all. It's just a more subtle form of talking. And I typically think I'm telepathic with only certain people. I might be telepathic with Dance Girl, but I believe I'm telepathic with my mom and with my cousin, and that they're also telepathic with me. And I wanted to message my little friend Precious, but he's from Iran. I wanted to say congratulations. Congratulations. I hope your family is okay. I couldn't even do it. I fucking couldn't even do that, man. Precious is so funny. He says, my then pig and I were sleeping at his house in Stockholm. And we hadn't fallen asleep yet. And we all shared a room. I mean, Stockholm is expensive. We had like a single room apartment and we watched Breaking Bad together. And you're goddamn right, that's my name. And we had a nice little elevator. Oh, we did porn in Sweden. That was pretty fun. And so Precious is like, just so you guys know, I'm still awake, so don't say your bank card numbers. I'm like, okay, Precious. And then he went out and slept with, he's met my dad as well. And he went out and slept with like 7 prostitutes in a weekend. And he got herpes. And I laughed. And he was like, why are you laughing? And I was like, well, because disease is something you do. It's not something you get. Like, you know, yeah, it sucks. That sucks for you. I'm sorry. But, you know, it's not something that you can't fix. And fucking, yeah, I shouldn't have laughed, really. But I just laughed at the kind of ridiculousness. I didn't even know about natural hygiene at that point. But I had heard that from Tyler from RSD. He's like, a cold sore is something you do. You do that, it's not something you have. And fucking, well, it's funny that he slept with 7 prostitutes in a weekend. Or maybe it wasn't 7, but it was a lot. Maybe been 4. I don't know. Well, he liked this girl he worked with. He's an engineer. He does something with trains, with the brakes on trains. And when we lived in Stockholm, he would travel to Malmo. He lived in Malmo, or he worked in Malmo. And then eventually after he wasn't in Stockholm anymore, he moved to Malmo, and that's where he lives now. And it took him a long time to get citizenship in Sweden. And we tried to bring him over here too to visit, but they wouldn't let him in the country. They said he's going to apply for refugee status once he gets in. We're like, are you fucking crazy? Anyone who lives in Stockholm, you would never in a million years. This guy has like a master's degree. He has like a long-term stable job. You go to McDonald's in Sweden, and all the employees who work there, they look like literal supermodels. You go to university, and the professors are not fat, and they drive on scooters, and they have float tanks in the university. The first time I went in a float tank was at Karlstad University in Sweden. And when I had issues with, because I just fucked off in Sweden, I literally just I moved in with Neil. I moved to Denmark. You know, I went overseas to meet Neil, and bet it all. I fucking went, you know, just like I fucking played the lottery. I bet everything that I'm gonna go overseas to Sweden and do my fucking on distance school, and then I'll be close enough to Neil that I can go meet him. Just because I saw him in a fucking Facebook picture, I didn't even know who he was. I was like, that guy is the coolest guy I've ever seen, who's my own age. I saw him in a group of like 20 people, and I was like, that's the guy. And then it turns out he was. And so, you know, I meet him, and he's like, yeah, come live with me. And I'm like, okay. I literally just dropped school instantly. I have an apartment in Sweden. I have like a residence apartment in Sweden. I'm like, fuck that. I just leave. I literally just leave. And I never go back. I like never go back. And I go live with like multi-millionaires who fuck like the hottest girls you've ever seen. And I'm like, this is my true education. And my dad's like, spend as much time with Neil as you can. I'm like, this is the real university here. And so then I live in Denmark for like 4 months, like a semester. And you know, and Precious comes with me. Precious is like, yeah, you're right. School sucks. Let's do this. Precious still keeps up his school though. He's still getting his master's at that point. You know, he's not a citizen yet. He's still in university with me. We're still in the fucking hostel that we live in because the res at the school is all full. And we're playing video games with people. We're still playing Tekken and stuff on PS4 or whatever. And so he comes with me, but he can't stay that long. And then finally, when I'm taking my plane back to Canada, I go back to Karlstad. I meet with Precious. He walks me to the airport. The airport, they're totally lax. They're just like, any procedures you don't have to do. Just go right on the plane. Like, they're way more chill in Sweden. They're so fucking chill. And then I go to my university professors in Sweden because I still want to keep good marks in university in case I go back. I don't want to just like damage my marks because I was like, you know, I always passed my classes. You know, I always got like B's or C's. Maybe I got some A's here and there, but I was always maybe like a B student. And you know, so I went to the fucking one of the professors in Sweden, and I said, can I have like an extension on this? And they're like, yeah, sure. How long do you want? I'm like, I don't know, like a year. They're like, yep, anything you want. Like, they're just so chill. They're like, yeah, sure. Like, as if it's nothing. They're like, as long as you do the work, you can have it. You know, whatever you're going through. Over here, we're not fat. Okay, outside of our university, we're surrounded by forest. We're in Karlstad, Sweden. We're in like the most beautiful place in Sweden you've ever seen. And funny enough, this is where Esbjørn was from. My best friend in Denmark, he was from, I'm almost sure of it, he was from Karlstad too, because I visited him at his apartment. And he was in Karlstad too. And then when I went back to Sweden, I was like, hey, guess where I am? I'm in Sweden. And he was like, oh, that's cool. I have one of Hitler's guns. And, you know, he was always showing me his guns, and, you know, he was big into Hitler. I'm pretty sure. And, you know, and we had this photographer for my pig then, and And I was like, why does he think this is cool? And he's like, well, there's a lot of old, racism is a thing here. But Osho brings up a point that if Germany would have won the war, the entire world would think about America what the entire world thinks about Germany. And they would say that there are, other people who are much worse. Hitler has brought up, or Osho has brought up that there are many much worse people than Hitler. And like history is written by the victors. Now that sounds like I'm pro-Hitler. I'm not, okay? I'm not pro. You know what Osho also said about Hitler? That he's the stupidest politician ever. So, Osho says the whole world is responsible for that. When that happens, that embarrasses the whole world. Well, I don't know what I believe. Like, everything in school, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything in history. Okay, I have no idea what happened. But they lie about everything else. So I don't know, like, I literally don't know. I literally don't know. Just, if you're like, what I learned in school is true, then I'd be like, yeah, Hitler's really bad. But I don't trust anything they taught me in school. So, my opinion on this politician or that politician, I'm like, I have no idea. Because everything I've been told is a lie, so I have no idea what's true. So I don't even make an opinion. I like to make my opinions based on how people treat me. And we had this friend on Manitoulin Island named Judy, and she was one of those women who, her husband's name was Terry, and he said to her, come back when you're a couple years older and then we'll get married. And he was really into wood glue. He was into, like, they were rich and he was into fixing things. And someone said, what would you do if Judy ever left you? And he said, I'd plunge a sword through my heart and then I'd fill it in with wood glue. And he was quite funny. And Judy was quite fat, which meant she had a lot of really good candy. And she had Bulk Barn style candy. She had a really nice house. And she pissed my mom off. My mom went to visit her before we were leaving the island. And Judy was on the phone and she just went like this, bye, from the window. And this is someone we had dinner with, like, all the time. Like, this is like our best friend on the island. This is like, we'd go to the market together. We would go yard sailing together. We would have dinner together. And so I'm like looking at her wall of candy, her M&Ms, her peanut M&Ms, and her big M&Ms. And I get down on the floor and I start praying to the M&Ms. And my mom is like, Zach, don't do that. And Judy's like, do you want some M&Ms? And I'm like, yeah. And she gives me a bunch of candy. And whenever she cooks, she makes this stuff called mud pie that we learn how to... Oh man, what's this? She makes this stuff called mud pie that we learn how to make too. It's like Skor bars plus chocolate cake plus chocolate mousse, and it's mud cake or something. And it's so good, and we learn how to make it, and that's like our classic thing that we learned from Judy. And she makes fancy dinners, like rich people dinner, like it's like a tomato hollowed out with some fancy stuff in it. And I'm like, oh, I don't really like that, but whatever. Usually her food is way better than that, but I don't like when she tries to be that fancy. And I made her a lemon meringue pie once. And she told me that her dog likes me more than her dog likes her son. She had this dog named Maddie, a black lab, and Maddie and I were really good friends. And I really loved Maddie. And so I would always take her swimming. And, well, why did I bring Judy up? I don't really know. Oh yeah, someone said, I'm not surprised her husband is the quiet one, which meant Judy talks a lot, and her husband was always very quiet. And, but Judy was one of those people. She said, if people talk shit about you, it will never make me treat you differently. The only thing that will make me treat you differently is how you personally treat me. Because everyone has their story, everyone has the different sides. So I only take it from you how you treat me. And so that's kind of how I feel about people. I'm like, however you treat me, that's how I feel. And if someone else talks shit about you, I don't give it too much credit. And, I need my fucking dance girl. Do you think it's egregious that I know Dance Girl's name now and I just call her Dance Girl still? Do you know how much I value Dance Girl's scent? That I don't even like exhaling into her sweater. Because I don't even want my nose air to contaminate the smell of this. So I'm like, I want to catch my air in a bag and re-inhale it. Okay, that's how much I'm into this, especially now that I got enough sleep. I feel like I feel a lot more clear now. I didn't want to go to sleep. I wanted to just suffer. I was like, just suffer more. I want more pain. Do you ever get like that? Where your sunk cost fallacy is making you want even more pain? That fucking sucks. Woo. I'm so happy with my relationship. It's really beautiful. Do you know how big of a deal this is for me? It's a really big deal. And how about Dance Girl's application of perfume? We have to review, does she use it correctly? Well, she sprays it on her chest. That's not typically how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to spray it on your wrists and behind your ears or something. But she goes right for the middle. Yeah, I think it works. Just don't put it on your armpits. And otherwise, yeah, not too much, just enough that, it's there. That's a very, look at this. Look at this cheese. That's a very responsible way of using perfume. You don't want to be one of those people, and I'm not going to say who, but there's someone in my family who would use about 5 squirts of cologne. You don't want to do that. That's too much. You don't want to smell the person from downstairs. So to speak. I'm not saying literally that I smelled someone from downstairs. I actually smelled someone from upstairs. But it was a long time. It was a long time ago, so it's not who you think. And with my perfume. With my cologne. I'm like, you're using the whole bottle. I've never used that many. These are so good. Ooh. So yeah, handling is the way to do it. You have all these different, you have handling, power, boost, speed, acceleration. The car you want is handling. That's the nicest looking car too. It's not a coincidence. Actually, I like a Honda. The power steering on a Honda, very effortless. I understand a Volkswagen is a good car. But you can't afford it. I mean, can you? I mean, just waste money? Are you a guy? You sound like a guy. You should go buy rims too. You should buy 20-inch rims. Can you imagine souping up your car as a girl? That's the gayest thing I've ever heard of in my life. That's gayer than a guy who does it. That's seriously gay. Okay. Well, anyway, what do you think of this shirt? What do you think of the color? And it goes nice with the pants. You know, clearly a good color coordinator. Well, my cousin has a Volkswagen, and I think she got it for $8,000, maybe. Which is actually cheap, I thought. Maybe it's not that much money after all. Or maybe it was, she got $5,000 for her last paycheck. I know she can afford it, but her car is always in the garage and stuff. And now she gave it to her sister. Her sister uses it. And her sister got like a parking ticket on it or something. And she pays for the insurance for her sister to use it. And she's like, fuck that, you know? But I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. Well, I like her sister. But her people talk shit about her sister in our family. And her sister's a black sheep. But I'm a black sheep too, okay? I'm a black sheep too. So I always have an affinity with black sheep. And I'm like, if you notice that person is doing something, you know, black sheepish, it's like, well, I'm not a black sheep, but if you treat me like one, I'm gonna have to do something black sheepish. I might do some black sheepish type shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's probably what it is. And my mom's like, no, she has you wrapped around her finger. She's manipulating you. I'm like, well, I think you talk shit about her a little too much. I think you're jealous that she just does whatever she wants, that she's boss. She's like, I don't give a fuck. You know, she's always one of my favorites. She's one of my favorite cousins. She's in my top 4 favorite cousins. I've even wondered at times if she's my favorite. Even though I don't talk to her that often, she's like an old wolf. Like, an old wolf is not as strong as a young wolf, but an old wolf can beat a young wolf in a fight because the old wolf knows how to fight better. And so she's more straight to the point. She's like, what takes a younger cousin like 20 minutes to say, she can say it in just 10 seconds. You know, she knows how to communicate like that. And so, but the point is, Helen drives a Volkswagen and she doesn't even have it. Like, it's always in the shop. It always needs something fixed on it. Her fucking lights, her fucking this and that. And someone kicked her car too. Someone dented it and like fucking kicked it. And I think it cost like thousands of dollars to fix it. Her ex-boyfriend Joel works at a place downtown on Ottawa Street, I think, or Weber Street, a soup kitchen or a homeless shelter. And one of the guys there was having problems with everyone, and then he went out and kicked a bunch of dents in Helen's car. And Helen was like, that's my fucking car. Like, you know, she was like probably crying. She was really, really upset. She wanted to sue this guy. She's like, I can't even sue him. He has no money. He's like homeless. And he's going around kicking dents in people's car because he was mad at Joel, and Joel drives Helen's car. And then poor Helen gets her fucking car destroyed because the guy's mad at Joel. And Joel had like a heroin addict, like he was heroin-y, and his drug dealers would stalk him. They would actually drive by his house and literally drive by his house over and over, waiting for him to take some heroin. And Joel, or like some coke or something. And Joel was like, these are not normal drug dealers. Like, if you wanted to deal with these drug dealers, you couldn't. Like you have to be a certain person to deal with these people. And Helen was like, I don't know how. She took his phone and she got their numbers, and she's like, I'm going to kill you. She's like, stay away from him or I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to shoot you in the head with a gun. And I'm like, oh my God, Helen, like you're fucking, you know, because Joel was trying. He was going to outpatient rehab. He was going to inpatient rehab. He was really trying. And these fucking drug dealers are coming around, stalking him. And Helen's like, I'll fucking kill you. And, you know, I was like, that's pretty extreme, Helen. But at the same time, it's like, what would you do if someone you know is trying to get off heroin and there's people literally stalking them and saying, here you go. Here's some heroin for you. Do you want some? And you're like, I don't want it. I'm trying to do better here. And they're like, well, we'll just drive by your house and let you know we got some. You know, and Joel was a sweetheart. He was like a hardened criminal. You know, when you meet him, you're like, what is it about? Oh, you're a criminal. Okay, right. But he was a sweetheart too. You know, he's a really sweetheart. Like, if you had some problem with someone, Joel would stick up for you. Like, he would get his ass kicked. He would get his ass kicked for you. He wouldn't even fight back. He would just say, beat me up instead of her. Like, he's very, very protective. And like a very soft person. You know, but make him mad and he'll climb up your wall and throw a knife at you, which he did to a girl. And, you know, he literally climbed up her wall and broke in her window and threw a knife at her after she kicked him out of the house. Like, I wouldn't piss Joel off. But anyways, but he's very sweet, you know, but he has this vibe like he's really fucking smart. Like he sat there picking his nose once, and then he has a booger, and he's going like this. And he has the booger right almost touching the couch. And he's looking at my mom, and he has this booger. And he's going like this, looking at her. And she's like, what the fuck? She's like, what the fuck? And my grandma was like, get the fuck out of here, Joel. Like, she like yelled at him because he was going to cut her grass for Buddy. And my grandma would have paid him a lot. And he didn't show up. And then he showed up late, and he's like, oh, sorry. And she's like, fuck off. And there was some guy who was fixing my grandma's fence, and he tried to give her like a shitty fence that was like too expensive. And she like screamed at him to get the fuck off her property. And my grandma was like, you never liked Joel because you saw through him right away. And I was like, I guess, I felt a little uncomfortable around him sometimes because he had this kind of vibe like, hey, do you mind if I get like a bit off your smoke? And then I went out to give, when I quit weed, I went out to give him and Laura a whole bunch of weed. Like I gave the girl at Ben Tan, like probably like, I don't know, 40 grams of weed. And so I come out to give our tenant and Joel, like probably like maybe 5 or 10 grams of weed oil, which is probably worth like $200. And like a big bag, like this big, full of weed. And I'm just like, here you go, you guys could just have this. And Joel instantly takes the oil, which is worth way more. And then he says to Laura, do you want to split what's in the bag? And I was like, holy shit, dude. like holy shit. And then when I had a bunch of mushrooms, he ate like half my mushrooms without even telling me. I was like, I'd give you like up to half of these mushrooms. And then just because I said that, without telling me, he actually just took half of them. Without, like, and just did them on his own. And I was like, whoa, and he's like, he said something like, thanks for the mushrooms or something. But I was like, why did you take them when I wasn't there? Like, I thought we would do them together. I thought we'd do them bit by bit as friends to kind of help you get off heroin. And instead he just like I thought he probably took them to sell them. And you know how much my mom hates, my mom loves Joel too. It's funny because she'll talk mad shit about him. But when he comes over, I'm like, you clearly love him. Like we would hang out all the time. Like if Joel's listening, we obviously love you. We obviously have interpersonal relationships with everyone. Joel's always one of my favorite people. But the last time he was here, I think he farted in the house. And I was like, I don't know about that. I think he did it because I burped obnoxiously while he was playing guitar. And he's like, I'll get you back and I'll fart. But that farted on my bob too. and I was mad because I always thought he was like, I don't know, I thought he was going to sell those mushrooms. I was like, why would he take so many? Oh yeah, so my mom loves talking shit about people. About certain people, even though she clearly loves Joel. Obviously she loves him, really. Like when we're hanging out, it's very clear. No matter how much shit she talks about him, when Helen complains, she'll always take Helen's side. But she clearly loves him. And I'm like, how do you do that? Like, how do you talk so much shit about someone that you love? He's playing music. He's so good. Like, it was really fun hanging out with him. It was some of the best times of my life is hanging out with Joel and Helen. It really is. And Joel's like one of the best musicians ever. Like, he's truly a professional. And fucking, I get home, I'm on mushrooms, and I had just driven to Burger King high on shrooms because I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so fucking pissed. I'm like, I'm driving high on shrooms now. I don't give a fuck. Because he had just taken so much of my mushrooms. And I come home from getting my Impossible Burger, or like checking the Impossible Burgers, but then it turns out the bun isn't vegan or something. And I come home and I tell my mom, I'm like, I'm so fucking mad right now. And she's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, do you want to know who I'm really fucking mad at? You're gonna love this. You're gonna fucking love this, because I never talk shit about people, but you're gonna have a field day now. Do you want to know what Joel just did? And she's like, what? I was like, he ate like half my fucking mushrooms from the trunk of Helen's car. When I left them in the trunk of her car, he went in there and he ate like fucking half of them, of a 28 fucking gram bag. My mom was like, that little fucker. I was like, I know. I'm so mad at him right now. I'm so fucking furious at him. I can't believe he did that. And he took like something I said off the cuff. Like, you know, out of which the whole context was to help you quit heroin, and like that I would always share my mushrooms with you. Whenever I do mushrooms, I'd always give you some. Like even after that, when he would visit, I was like, do you want some acid? And you know how much I cherish acid. You know, I'm counting down the days until I run out of acid. You know, acid is a big deal for me. And I would give him acid for, be like, don't pay me, of course. I'll always give you acid. I love you, okay? And not only just to help you quit heroin, but just because acid's fun, but also because, yeah, you probably need acid. It's a better drug. But he was doing DMT since he was 9. Or no, 16. He did DMT when he was 16. He had been smoking since he was 9. He had been smoking, you know, he was into drugs. Imagine doing DMT when you're 16. Before Joe Rogan made it cool, before people even knew what DMT is, he had known what it is. This is my sweater. This belongs to me. I earned this. This is one of the most proud things of my life. So I ate half a pizza already. It was $23. Oh my God. I'm just about to play Mirror Sonic Speed. It's so cheap. It's so fucking tacky. They're like, okay, we aren't going to make new levels. We're just going to mirror the levels now. Right. Yeah, that's, you know, Sonic makes fun of Mario Kart. Yeah, I agree. Sonic is the best. Mario Kart does suck compared to Sonic. And Crash is not even a real game. But the one thing that you have to admit about Sonic is that there's not that many levels. The levels are better. The handling is better. The cars are better. Everything is better. The handling, the levels, the art, the color scheme, the feel, the milieu. It's all better. The lore, it's all better. But there's not that many fucking levels. I beat the whole game in one fucking night. I played every level in like the first 5 hours. And for someone like me who's not good at video games, you're supposed to take like fucking 1,000,000 hours to beat it. You're not supposed to get the whole game in like 1 minute. And so you know what I'm going to be going back now is Sonic Transformers. I'm going to be playing that again. Because I haven't even beat that yet. I'll probably beat this game first. And this game actually sucks unless you're on Sonic speed. First you have normal speed, then you have fast speed, then you have Sonic speed. And until you play Sonic speed, it's not even fun. And strangely enough, I can beat it far easier once it's on Sonic speed. I was like, this is way more fun, and this is way easier too. I don't quite understand that. But I think I am a good freestyle rapper. So therefore I'm also good at doing fast video games. But Sekiro is a little too fast for me. I might have to change my diet for that. I could start playing Sekiro again. Really, the thing that really discouraged me was fighting the guardian ape. And I've read other people's reports on Reddit that says it's not fair. He's too random. You can't use skill to beat him. Now, a lot of people say, oh yes, you can use skill, and look, let me show you. Let me show you consistently over and over. I'm a speed runner. I can play it so fucking fast. I know exactly how to do it. But a lot of people are like, it's too random. You know, I had to cheat to beat him. I had to use opportunistic cheating kind of methods. Wait until he does his dive, and then run at him and hit him, and then just keep doing that and take like an hour to beat him. You know, it's supposed to take you like 10 minutes if you do it properly. And I actually felt like I lost my dignity at that time. And I was like, now I don't even want to play the game. And then I had to go get this magic purple confetti to beat this guy afterwards. And I was like, I don't even want to go get that. You know, I'm not going to get a magic spell. I felt like, see, I rub my snot on my belly and I let it dry. And then later on, I pick it off. And that's probably insane. But that's not the same as, you know, hovering it over the couch to fuck with someone. You know, that's pretty bananas. But Joel cooked me dinner once with weed in it, and he probably cooked like 20 or 30 grams of weed into a pasta. I probably ate like 15 or 20 grams of weed in a sitting. I had a panic attack the next day. I was still so high the next day that I had a panic attack at the mall the next day. I was like, Joel and Helen, you guys left me? You guys fucking abandoned me? And they're like, no, we're still here. We're here. And I was like, you fucking did that on purpose. You fucking stole my shoes. You keep stealing my shoes and my money and you're fucking trying to make me be by myself at the mall. And they're like, no, we're not stealing your shoes. We would never steal your shoes. We're not stealing your money, and we didn't abandon you at the mall. Now I'm like, maybe someone else. Joel was like, you see those white vans? Those are police vans. And I wondered if he knows he's gang stalked. And his roommate sent me an odd message once. I mean, I believe Joel's a gang stalker, and he's also gang stalked. And he went to get a job once in like far away. And once he got there, they all just kind of fired him. And Joel's a good worker. Like, he was like an adventure guide, like a canoe guide. And he's good at that kind of stuff. Like, if you see a bird, he knows what kind of bird it is. And if someone litters, he wants to kill them. He's like, I hate people who litter. Like, he's very into the outdoors and into animal sanctuaries. And he's not vegan, but, you know, he's very into, like, I don't know, charitable work or something. I don't know. He'll get, if there was a homeless person, he'd go buy them dinner. He's like one of those kind of people. Like, I've seen him do this. Like, he'll buy them dinner from a nice place. And he'll go give it to them and just be like, here you go, you know? Like, he's kind. He is a kind person. And, you know, you would have to take it into consideration that why would there be people following him, trying to get him to do heroin? Like, why, you know, that is fucked up. And he's trying to quit, and, you know, he's going to fucking rehab. You know, and obviously he's been through a lot. You know, I won't even say, but he's been through a lot. And so what are you supposed to do? You know, whose fault is that? Is that Joel's fault? That the whole society is so fucked? That it allows that? that it allows all the things that have happened to him, that it allows people who deal coke to follow him. And so I said eating cooked food is like doing heroin. And he's like, no, it's not. Joel's rich too. He has rich grandparents. His parents are not rich, but his grandparents are. I don't, he used to hang out here at our house. Helen and him would just hang out here because they're like, this is the place. You guys have the cool house. At our house, not Helen's, but at Joel's house, his mom is just yelling at him and being mean to him. And he's like, over here, it's nice. Everyone's nice over here. And we're like, yeah, we got a chill house. We're like good company over here. I'm proud of my mom. I'm proud of my family. Even Tim. You're not supposed to like your mom's boyfriend. No one ever does. But I do. I do like him. Obviously we have our differences, but I still call him family. I like his sister, really. But I'm happy for my mom that she's with him. I'm not embarrassed that she's with him. I don't feel bad for her. Her previous boyfriends, not a single one was good. Not even a single one. And she said that she was never going to meet a nice guy. Not ever. And I was in Toronto when I told her, my wish for you is that you do. Because I was with Din Venom's pig then. And I was feeling like I had made it. And I was like, I hope that you make it too. But meanwhile, I had not made it. I was actually in a very, very fucked up relationship. But I mean, the thing that everyone does is they live in denial for as long as they can. And so I was doing that. Well, her previous boyfriend, he started dancing with some other girls at a dance. Now, I know I'm one to talk, but I mean, a thought crime is different than fucking dancing with a bunch of girls at a dance in front of my mom. And I'm like, dump this guy. Oh my God. And I'll bet he wouldn't have been happy if you would have done the same thing back to him. Well, now I'm just starting to feel chills in a bad way. That I'm thinking, did Dance Girl slime shark eyes? I don't know. Maybe I celebrated too soon. But why would she have a marriage car and that? She's like, I'm marrying Shark Eyes now? I kind of doubt it. And plus, Shark Eyes hat has two references. It has that she wears Shark Eyes hat when she's his girlfriend. And then she gives me Shark Eyes hat when her and him break up. So why would she say, here's a marriage car, plus here's Shark Eyes hat? Like, would it make sense that she's like, okay, now I'm actually marrying Shark Eyes? Like within 20 minutes of breaking up with you, I'm already getting married to Shark Eyes. It doesn't really seem logical, especially considering that I was apologetic. And especially considering that we've made progress in our relationship since last month. So she wouldn't be malicious this month because she already acknowledged that that's not cool. Do you hear that? There's some kind of noise coming from outside. So So I think I'm logical to say that this is in fact my sweater still. Now let's smell the back of it. And that doesn't smell as strong. So where does Dance Girl put her cologne? Does she even wear cologne? Is this just all detergent? It feels like it's like here, like right in the middle here. Now, could I wear this sweater? Now, what kind of material is this? Polyester, rayon, 33% rayon, 5% spandex. Exclusive of decoration. What kind of shirt is this? This is a Maurice's shirt. Is that a nice shirt? Looks nice. That'd be something you'd get at Winners. Dance Girl probably shops at Winners. Yeah, Winners. Oh, you know what? I actually should shop at Winners too. Winners is amazing. I've shopped at Winners is like as cheap as Value Village, but you get better stuff. I'll take Winners over fucking Value Village. I haven't been to Winners in a long time. You got really good stuff at Winners. How do they do it? Winners is amazing. Yeah, I love Winners. I won't shop there with my mom because she's going to take too long. She'll be looking at lots of stuff. She'll be looking at pots and pans and spatulas and wooden spoons and wooden ladles. I'm like, we have a wooden spatula and that's good. And I left it in a pot of water. And my mom was like, you're joking, right? That you just left a fucking wooden spatula in a pot of water? You don't know that that's not something you're supposed to do? I was like, yeah, I did know, but I was mindless for some reason. I was careless. I've never made this mistake in years. I have no idea what came over me. Maybe I was trying to soak it for a minute. But having wooden utensils, I mean, what's up with chopsticks? And why don't they have wooden forks? And wooden spoons? I mean, I'm sure they do. I mean, I'd appreciate a wooden fork, but it'd probably break. And then once you can use chopsticks, but, well, I use chopsticks for pad thai. I always use chopsticks for pad thai. Why wouldn't I? But is there anything chopsticks are not that good for? You have soup, you could get the noodles, you can just drink the rest of it. But what do you think about the feeling of your teeth touching a metal spoon? Isn't that a bit weird? And why doesn't Helen have her car? She can afford her car, but she lives in Halifax. Why doesn't she take her car to Halifax with her? Well, she was going to drive it. But there's something happened to it. It started making some weird noise. I was so thankful. I was like, I'll be worried for you if you drive your car to Halifax. He drove 4 days with Faith. And Erin was just bawling. She's like, the guy called her pup or something. He called her pup. He didn't even know her fucking name. He didn't even know the fucking dog's name. Like Erin's like getting all zippy. My mom was like, well, I don't want to spill the beans here. But I am the same as Erin. I'm like, how can I make this the worst possible? Chalkmaster Dave. Okay, so Chalkmaster because the dogs suffocate in the fucking tiny kennel. that he has 5 or 6 dogs inside of the back seat of a Mini Cooper, and they're all fucking dying in there. And so he does a chalk outline of their corpses after, and that's why his name is Chalkmaster Dave. And he's probably killing the dogs and fucking them and making rosaries out of their eyeballs to pray to Satan. And what else might he be doing? And, you know, and it's like, you know, don't say anything good because I want to look at the worst possible side of this. Well, something I really hated that Jen did, she says, she keeps calling me sir. She knows I don't like it when people call me sir. I'm very offended when people call me sir. And repeatedly, she says, okay, sir, why did he quit weed? Because you don't want to go to the can? Anyway, sir, have you heard about this 16-year-old and her husband went to prison? Because she was so young, just a little child. She didn't even have a chance. And I'm like, before I go over to visit Faith and Hope, I'm already aware that I'm going to be called a Teletubby fucker. And I don't even know Jen and Aaron. I don't know anything about them, but I already know that this is going to happen. And I'm like, and so my mom's like, I really think you should come see the dogs. And I'm like, do you know, this is going to be extremely traumatizing for me. I'm going to have to sit in a room with people just insulting me constantly. But if I say that, it looks crazy. But I'm like, yeah, I love Faith and Hope. I actually don't really like Hope. But I love, you know, and Aaron and Jen, they thought the same things. You know, Jen did say, you know, thanks for visiting. It's nice to see you. I was like, okay. Yeah, why don't you just, you know, slap me as you thank me? And like a backhanded compliment. And, you know, it's cool enough, true enough. You know, I liked them enough. I think Jen may have said something when I was feeding Faith watermelon. Like, she shouldn't have the rind. And I'm like, nigga, please. You think I'd give the dog fucking rind? I'm letting her chew the watermelon off the rind. And so anyways, Aaron, what the fuck was I talking about? Aaron and, well, they were cool, I guess. I liked Aaron the best, though. But Jen kept calling me sir over and over. And I was like, I'll go see the dogs. I know it's going to be horrible. I'm going to be sitting there for 3 hours. Just sitting in a fucking room. Getting insulted over and over. But I want to see, I miss Faith. I don't really like Hope, but I really love Faith. And funny enough, Faith doesn't even like me, but I like her. She, you know, she's always barking at me. And I let her out in the backyard. I got to see her run really fast, which is really nice. And Hope too, they run really fast. And now they got adopted by, you know, that sociology professor. He was kind of a fool. Like, he was kind of an absentee person. He's a person who, if you're family with him, you'd say, there's no one even there. I feel like you abandoned me. Some people are as if hammered drunk while they're sober. He's one of those people. He's intellectual, but he has no presence. So you'd feel lonely with him. It's like talking to an empty person. He's very good at the gab. You know, he has the gift of the gab. He has a topical story. You know, he can do brain surgery. He can relate. He can schmooze with the best of them. But there's nobody there. He has high IQ. He can build a gazebo. He can go to IKEA and build a gazebo without reading the instructions. But there's no one there. That's how I felt about that guy. You know, he's like, he wouldn't even transition. He wouldn't even, and you know, the guy walked in on me in the bathroom too. This has happened 3 times now. People have walked in on me in the bathroom. I'm like, is this a fucking accident? The guy from Elder Dog, he's very alpha. My mom was like, this is the most alpha guy I've ever met. He told Faith to sit before he took them for a walk. And he wouldn't let the walk begin until Faith did it. And he just waited. He's like, you got to just wait. And I'm laughing. I'm like, she's not going to do it. You know, she's not going to listen to you. But finally she did. And I was like, okay, I eat my words then. But we wanted to transition slowly to bring Faith to this sociology, a retired sociology professor, to bring Faith to his house slowly. For anyone who doesn't know, Faith is a border collie dog, but she's mixed with something else that we fostered. And you know, I don't think Laura, our tenant, is very happy that that happened. But we wanted to bring her over to his house, and then take her back, and then bring her over, and kind of transition slowly to get her used to his house before just dropping her off. And this guy was like, no, let's just want to take her right away. And then at the last minute, he said, well, I'm just trialing her. I might not keep her. And then we gave him like these bones that you put in the freezer, and you wash them in the sink, and you fill them in with peanut butter. And they're like $25 or something. We gave like a bunch of stuff, like a Halti. And my mom spent like hundreds of dollars on stuff. Like she spent a lot of money on stuff, like special scent collars. And when he was, so first of all, we were pissed that why won't he transition slowly? And the guy from Elder Dog backed him up. And he's like, we're just taking the dog right away. And so we're already like, why can't we do it slowly? Like, you know, we're willing to do all the work for that. And then the second thing was, and he's wearing a blue coat and a pink hat, of course. And the second thing, and his wife had just died. And the second thing is, and he's old. And the second thing is, he says right at the last minute that he's just trialing her. And right at the last minute he says that. And then the third thing was you could see his dog's ribs. And the fourth thing was that he uses weed to medicate dogs, to medicate his dog. And his dog looked like a zombie. And then the fifth thing is that when he brought the dog back to Jen and Aaron's, my mom was like, I feel like you have to tell this guy to bring the Halti back. I feel like you have to tell him to bring the bones back. Otherwise, he's just not going to do it. Because he just seems like he's not really there. And that was what happened. He brought the Halti, but he didn't bring the bone. Yeah, it's just $25, but you know, that belongs to Faith. Like he's going to keep it for his dog, you know? Like, and you're a retired professor, like, don't you have the fucking money? Like, are you that cheap? And you put it on us, like, well, you shouldn't care, it's just $25. Well, then you shouldn't care either, you know? And the fact that my mom had to be like, I feel like I got to tell this guy this, but if I tell him, it's going to be rude. He's going to say, I already know that, of course. But then it's like, no, he doesn't. And then the woman who adopted Hope, I didn't like her either. Her name was Leanne. She's like, I don't like people, I only like dogs. And her husband just died. And we said, you know, you should go out with a sociology professor. Now, sociology is not a real subject, okay? You don't have to be intelligent to study sociology. And that's like studying horoscopes. And so fucking this woman, Leanne, she gives weird vibes, and she's like, yeah, I don't talk much. I don't like humans. I just like people. I just like dogs. I mean, I don't like people. And we go drop Hope off. She doesn't even return my mom's texts. And then once in a while, she does, when it's something kind of businessy. And I think she was kind of apprehensive about doing multiple trips to get Hope acclimated. And then when we're finally dropping off Hope at her house, my mom starts crying. And this woman, she goes, oh, don't start that. Don't start that. And my mom is very soft. And she goes, I know, I know. And do you know how if someone fucks with your kid, you want to kill them? When my mom was like, I know, I wanted to cut this bitch's head off. I wanted to fucking cut her head off. And, but anyway, and then she looked at me like with her big elephant eyes. With her big, wise elephant eyes. Her deep set elephant eyes that see all. And she was like, I see how much pain you're in. Are you okay? And I was like, you can't help me. You're no one to help me. You're as drowning in shit as anyone. You can't fool me. And, you know, and then we went home. And we were going to go to Hem Haka on the way home, but they fucking closed down. They had the best tofu. You know, and so in the end, I was like, the whole thing was worth it, just to meet Hope, just to have time with Lori, Tim's sister, who I love, and just to have time with Aaron. I love Aaron. Jen is okay. Jen is forgivable. But Aaron is beautiful. Aaron is a pure fucking soul. And if Jen is a bit of a mean streak, Aaron is too good to even see it. Aaron is like, she doesn't even see it. She's too innocent to even see it. And when Aaron was crying about Hope, she's like, I don't want to see Jen. Because Jen is just going to say, oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's good she's going to a good home. She doesn't want to validate the fact that this fucking serial killer is taking our dog. And my mom is like, we can stop him. She's like, we should stop him and we'll find a different way. You know, Faith didn't even get water in the fucking car. And Chalkmaster Dave was like, she will get water on the first pit stop, which will be in about an hour. And so ultimately, I do believe that Chalkmaster Dave is good. And he's an artist. I do believe, like, he's driving dogs across the country for free on his own dime. He's asking for donations because he's driving 6 dogs across the country. And clearly he's not henpecked because he's taking his dogs with him. He's driving these foster dogs from Kitchener to British Columbia. And he'll be stopping in to sleep at a hotel or something like that. But he has like 4 dogs in the cage with their own cage. And then he has his own 2 dogs in the front seat. And clearly, if he's bringing his own 2 dogs, he's not married. He's not henpecked. You can see in his eyes that he's not henpecked. You know, a married man is a very henpecked man. There's no such thing as a husband who's not henpecked. There's only 2 kinds of women. Women who torture you to death, and women who torture you up to the point of death, and then they stop. And, you know, if you're married, you're pretty much tortured to death. And you're pretty much castrated. You're pretty much dead inside. Now, am I like that with Dance Girl? I don't think so. I don't feel like it. I feel like there are exceptions to every rule, and the exception proves the rule. And I don't feel like a henpecked fucking castrated guy. Okay, I would never walk with Dance Girl like behind her or in front of her, how I see these other couples walk. And if you're one of those couples saying, oh, he's talking about me, you'd be surprised how many people do this. Don't just say, oh, I'm talking about you. Think a little bit more that there's a lot of people doing this. I wouldn't be like that with Dance Girl. And so, well, I was like that with Travis. You know, when Travis and I would fight, he would just leave the store. We'd be out at the grocery store and he would just walk home. I'd be like, what the fuck, Travis? you know? Well, I would have been the bottom in that relationship, which means I was the one in control. And I was the one henpecking him. And I could just never get the best of him. But finally, I did feel like I destroyed him. And it took me a long time to feel really bad about that. Because I had put him so far above me. And obviously, when you do that, you hate the person and you're waiting to put them beneath you. Obviously, if you put someone above you on a pedestal, you want to kill them. And you're just waiting for them to make a mistake. So you could say, I knew it. I knew it. How dare you? Do you know how humiliated I am? And how beautiful you are? You never admit. When you're a jealous little bitch, you never admit it. Now, my grandma, if there's bread in the house, she can't not eat it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I thought I got pizza sauce on my shirt. My mom was like, don't get a white shirt. I was like, I know how dangerous this is. I live dangerously. I need more pop. Oh, I need more pizza too. We're having a pizza party. Oh, that was not enjoyable. It was like puke in the back of my throat. Oh, not cool. I could have got buffalo sauce as the base on this. I love buffalo sauce. Where did I put my controller? So Iran can now negotiate with America. Iran has known for decades that they would be next after Iraq. They've been preparing for this for decades. People are like, Trump started the war. Okay. My dad says, he calls all his friends and says, who are you going to vote for? And he says, you're going to vote for this guy? My other friend's going to vote for that guy. So both of you don't even vote because it's going to cancel out anyway. And just come over to my house for our dinner. Better than voting. I've never voted, obviously. My friend Nathan was like, that's your duty, you're not going to vote? What kind of man doesn't take part in the duty of voting? He said this to me a long time ago. I was like, that's not accurate. I do more for society than voting. Voting is irrelevant. I've told you how to never get cancer, how to never have dementia, how to never have what people call disease. I've told you about Osho. I've been an example of someone who has a good pig and a good relationship and who has fought, picked my battles wisely, fought for my freedom, taken risks, risked my own life, had the disapproval of my family and friends, and I still kept fighting on my own merit when no one agreed with me and everyone betrayed me and I had nobody for month after month and year after year, and I had not a single person. And the last person who I trusted was my little old grandma. Your grandma would never betray you. Yeah, of course your parents would, but your grandma? No, they never would. And even her I lost. And then my cousin, who's like my little sister, and I own her, even she betrayed me. And, you know, this is how I felt, okay? I'm not, in hindsight, I'm not saying that they betrayed me. I would say that I felt betrayed. Well, for example, you know, I went to get rape checked, and my family were like, don't do that, that's crazy, you're crazy, no one raped you, you're crazy. And I'm like, you know, fucking, okay, sorry for telling you, you know, if I won't ever be open with you again. Like, do you think I'm just doing this for fun? Like, I'm in the doctor's office, I'm in the fucking emergency room, and they bring this big thug bodyguard to like watch the doctor touch my ass. The doctor who clearly hates me, who's gaslighting me, who's saying, well, you know, if you were raped a couple days ago, you would have bleeding inside. And I was like, I'm saying I was drugged and raped with lubricant, without bleeding, 2 weeks ago, not a couple days ago. I never told you it was a couple days ago. And, you know, I'm laying there, I'm like, I feel like I'm raping you. I feel like I'm making you finger my ass just to fucking rape you. And he didn't. He like put his finger on the outside of my butthole. And I'm like, I think that there's something jammed up my butt. Like, you know how if you're a girl with a tampon in and you sleep with it, it can kill you? I think that they've actually jammed something up my butt. And I'm like, does the x-rays show that there's nothing up my butt? I think that they put my foreskin restoration device up my butt. And I'm thinking, what is even this test about? And what are the blood tests even about? I'm like, right when I go in, I say, I think I was raped. I need a test. I would like a drug test. I want the Rohypnol, GHB, all the things, all the roofie type things. That's what I want. They're like, okay, here you go. And then they make me take off my underwear and put me in a fucking gown. They say, do you have any underwear? Because we can bring you some underwear. I'm like, I think I say, what did I say? I can't remember if I had underwear on, actually. I don't think I did. I was like in a bare ass gown. But I could tie it so it covered my ass. I didn't have any underwear. I think I tied it though so I could cover my ass. And then they made me wait in the lobby outside with a whole bunch of people who weren't wearing gowns. Some of them weren't, but most of them weren't. And they made me just wait in that gown for like 2 hours. And then Joanne starts walking by and she's not wearing a mask. And as she's walking by without wearing a mask, the nurses are coming over to me, telling me over and over to put on my mask. And then I see this guy getting his appendix out. I'm like, you could just drink water. I'm like, your surgery's in 10 hours. You could just start sipping water and you can cure that in like a day. You literally have food stuck in your appendix, and that's what's happening. and you need to keep your appendix because it's a bank for bacteria. You need that bacteria. That's where all your different bacteria are stored. That's like your Swiss bank. You need that. And, you know, he just looked at me like I was a fucking fool. And I'm like, okay, yeah, go cut off the organ. Yeah, just, you have a problem with it? Just cut it off. But whatever. I'm like, I had my appendix removed. It was a big mistake. It was a fucking big mistake. And I could have cured it in a fucking day just by drinking water. You know who else does that? Is that Richard Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I think he talked about having stump appendicitis too, which just comes from bad diet. He didn't quite understand that it's literally just you have to drink more water because you're just constipated in your appendix, which would make sense how food would get stuck in that if you see the anatomy of what that looks like. So I'm sitting there for like 2 fucking hours as Joanne goes by over and over without a mask, as these fucking nurses gaslight me. They fucking tease me about when I was 13 with Jody. The doctors go by saying, you know, because right before I got raped, I was saying that Jody does, you know, I shouldn't even say this, but I was saying I had it right when I was 13, but I was gaslighting too. I was saying very egregious things. And so then in the hospital, they're talking about something topical to that. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then when I complained, the person who was the representative was someone out of town who I complained that you guys like fucking, you basically were really unprofessional at this hospital. And they had the person named Jody Helps. Literally her last name is Helps, Helps, who responds to me and says, yeah, we did everything right, you did everything wrong. And when I'm getting my ass checked, they just have a big plain-clothed guy who's like 300-pound bodybuilder watching in the most invasive angle possible. He's like right behind watching as the doctor checks my ass, as I'm like rolled over. And I'm like, aren't you going to introduce this guy? Isn't he going to wine and dine me before he fucks me up the ass? Who is this guy? And they even leave the door open, I think, a bit. I can't remember if they closed it, but it was like really fucked. It was really super fucked. And he said, this guy's here for my protection. I was like, I'm not impressed that you're a doctor. But anyways, oh, that was brutal. That was a brutal fucking time. And then they had the cop from group, he was there too. And I was like, I think you guys have my back. You know, that's what I thought. When Joanne was there, I was like, I think you have my back, Joanne. I didn't say hi to her. And the same with the cop. I'm like, I think you guys have my back. But when I went to complain to the police, I brought these underwear soaked in some chemical. And I said, I think I was raped. And I think they sprayed some kind of chemical all over my bed and my underwear. And so I brought my underwear here with this chemical that you can test what the chemical is. And he said, you should just throw those in the garbage. And then I wrote a review. I was like, my dad's mother-in-law is a Supreme Court judge, and you fucking Nazi rat fuck. You know, you wouldn't have a job if my dad still talked to me. You wouldn't even have a job right now. You Nazi fucking rat. You fucking snitch, Nazi fucking rat with tattoos all over your arms like Officer Doofy. You fucking Officer Doofy, fucking doofus, retard, fucking... Well, anyways, I ended up throwing my underwear out in my mattress. I was pretty zipped. Okay, I was pretty mad. I was pretty fucking mad. It takes a lot of courage to go to the police station and say that. Okay, it's not a comfortable experience to go get rape checked at the fucking hospital. And your family is like, don't you ever do that. Don't you ever go get rape checked at the hospital. You're crazy. You're crazy. And I was like, I'll never visit with you again. I'll never fucking be your friend again. I remember how you treat me when I'm down. And for what? Like for your gang stalking? Ultimately, they're like, yeah, that's right. We are Dexter. Do you understand? And finally, I'm like, yeah, now I understand, but I didn't understand it before. How the fuck was I supposed to understand that? Well, and they blamed me. It was only afterwards that I got the clues that they're like, now we do believe you. And now we will protect you. I mean, once I don't have Dance Girl, I don't have anything. But when I do, I'm like, now I have my family too. It's really Dance Girl's perfume that I'm liking. It's not even so much her pheromones. It's like, this is a reflection of what she likes. Like, I feel like Nicolas Cage in that movie with Meg Ryan. And I'm like, this is the kind of perfume that Dance Girl likes. Now, is this a depressing color? Is this what would a happy, bubbly person wear a shirt like this? Or is this a serious, somber person? Well, I've seen Dance Girl smile one time. If the only thing that makes her happy is... too soon. It's too soon to say that. If the only thing that makes her happy is raping me, I think I found my wife. And, you know, okay, I'm being a bit facetious here, but there's definitely some fucking truth in every joke. So I don't know what's going to happen with the state of the world now. Everyone's a gang stalker. But gang stalking is, the ultimate bosses of gang stalking are Mossad. And behind Mossad is people who we can kind of infer, like Larry Fink, Les Wexner, George Soros, Bill Gates, and they're all not the leaders anymore. And so that means the quality of gang stalking is going to become much more open, much less predatory. It'll become just the world government. The world government is gang stalking. Obviously, they both start with the letter G. And, you know, and there's that other club too, the Freemasons, and they have the letter G is important to them as well. And there's all these competing factions for the government. And ultimately, I think the real government should just be the government, which is like gang stalking. And it's like the one world government. And without the fucking ruler, then we're going to have multipolar world. But there'll still be that network within. Like the average gang stalker is a good person. But the fucking average boss, not even the average handler, but the higher you go, the closer you get typically to the people who eat babies. Well, this is true in general, that your higher ranking person isn't allowed to be compassionate. You know, we had some issue at the CAMH with Keely, and someone had got banned from the group, and Brenda was not happy about this, that it was so egregious. It was Jen who had got banned for super long because Jess complained about her for breaching confidentiality. But really the real reason why Jess had complained was because Jen slept with Jess's boyfriend. And so that's why Jess had Jen expelled from the group. And she did it under the guise that Jen had broken confidentiality, said something in the group that she wasn't allowed to outside of the group. And we all knew this, and we're going through as the facilitators, what should Jen's punishment be? And I said, could you imagine, to Elizabeth, I said, could you imagine if some other woman was trying to fuck your husband? Could you imagine being not biased towards her? And so Keely gave Jen a big sentence. You can't come back for like 6 months. And Courtney got in shit too, and Courtney got complained about too by someone. Courtney is one of the realest people. Courtney is like, this group's gonna fucking suck without me. And I was like, well, Barbara's okay too. But yeah, otherwise, you know, everyone there is just okay. And Megan was there too. I said this right in front of Megan. And she's like, what about me? And I said, yeah, you're good too, Megan. You're like Courtney's protege. You know, by saying Courtney is good, you're also good. And Megan was really good. She complained about Jen too. And then she took it back. She changed her story. And in court, you're allowed to do that. If you say the wrong thing, you're allowed to say, I said it wrong. So let me correct it. And that takes courage to do that. To look like you're wrong. Lose some face. And so Brenda and all of us, we didn't want Jen to get such a harsh punishment. And Jess came to group when Jen was there. At the last time Jen was there before she got kicked out. I texted Jen after. I said, we're on team Jen over here. I'd went on a date with Jen just to kind of shut her up. She kept saying, well, we should hang out, we should hang out. I was like, okay. You know, she's like, come to Krabby's. I was like, I tried to fuck a girl in the bathroom at Krabby's and they kicked me out. And she's like, no way. And then in my native humor, I say, yeah, you're right. I was just lying. And she goes, oh, you got me, man. You fucking lied to me. I'm like, yeah, sorry. And I say that in front of everyone and make everyone think I'm a liar. But I don't care. And then we go to the fucking, and I was with Nathan that day too, and he just left the Krabby Joe's. I was like, I was only gone for long enough to get my tax sucked. I was trying to eat her out. She wanted to suck my dick in the bathroom. We went up into the girls' bathroom stall, and she's like gonna suck my dick. And I'm like, but I want to eat you out. And she's like, no. And then this fucking guy comes in the bathroom who works there. And he's like, you can't be doing this. And then so I go downstairs. It's like 2 minutes. We're up there. And Nathan's already gone. And then I start driving home. And I see him walking back to his parents' house. And I pull over. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, what the fuck to you too? You just fucking ditched me in the bathroom? And I'm like, yeah, just to get my dick sucked. Just to eat out a pig. Not to fucking ditch you for the whole night. So I went to Krabby's with Jen and Barbara and them. And Jess starts making out with Barbara. She's like, would you get hard, Zach? And she's like, does this make you hard? And I almost came in my pants instantly. And there's all these like pretentious people there, like married men, who would never say that kind of stuff. And they're getting a real show all of a sudden. And I tell Barbara and Jess, I'm like, yeah, it'd be fun to do porn together. I'd do porn with you guys. But I was really just in love with Barbara. But Barbara was quite cruel to me. But Barbara was extremely intelligent, but very cruel and very not aware. You know, when I showed her to my grandma was like, you really don't like that girl. She's like, I wish you could see it, but that girl is not good for you. Of course, when a parent says that, you go, well, now I love him even more. Okay, of course. But later on, after we stopped talking, you know, I had to stop being a facilitator just to hit on Barbara. Just to show her I'll leave this group now. I'm going to hit on you knowing it's going to go bad because you're teasing me all the time. You're cucking me even. She was cucking me. And then stringing me along. And she's like such a bleeding heart. And she's like, I fucking hate when people eat animals. And then we go to Krabby Joe's and Jen is like, are you going to get the burger like you do every time? And Barbara, she's like blushing almost. Like, I don't know if she's blushing, but she gets really quiet all of a sudden because she knows she's been fucking acting like a different person than she is. And so Jen keeps kind of pressuring me to hang out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go to the movies. So we go to the Princess Cinema. And she just waits for me to pay for her ticket. I'm like, what the fuck, you know? We go out for tea, and I find out Jen has witnessed a bunch of people die. And I had always wanted to watch people die. When Osho was young, he watched everyone in his town who would die, he would go watch them die. When he was a kid, he made a note with everyone that if there's ever someone dying, you make sure that you tell me, because I'm going to be there when they die. And Osho's seen everyone in his town die. He was in a small town. And he said the thing that he noticed is that they all have an orgasm right when they're dying. And they all die dreaming of sex. And they're all going to be reborn in the next life because of that. And so I had been wanting to see someone die. In fact, I had went with this girl who does funerals just to pick up a dead body because I just wanted to see what that was like. And I said to her, like, do you ever embalm the bodies and fuck them? This was a girl who gave us like a $100 gift for my then pig's birthday. Really nice gift. This is one who Topher just dropped his dog Kevin off at her house so she would babysit it for a day, and then he just never went and picked it up because she's such a responsible girl. This is a girl who was a millionaire when she was a teenager, and her mom sued her and took all the money and kicked her out on the street, and then she got raised by her friend. A really nice girl. We called her Sam Ramage. Her name, I think, you know, her name was Sam. But Ramage was our friend James, who was a bouncer, you know, 6'5", maybe 320 pounds. And our friend Sam, she was quite fat. And so we drove like a couple hours to go pick up this dead woman. And she's telling me, you can come work for me. You know, I'll be a really good boss for you. And she's telling me her favorite movie is Coraline. And I'd never seen it. And, you know, that obviously is a gang stalking reference. She was probably trying to help me say, you know, you're being gang stalked. And you got the other mother world. But you could always relate to that movie. How people turn into someone else. That's kind of how I felt about that sociology professor. That he was in the other world. He just wasn't quite there. Now, what do you think of the father in that movie? Or what do you think of the actor who plays that guy? Do you think his nose is too big, or do you think it's endearing on him? Do you think he's cute? So we're driving to get this corpse. And she's telling me, you should come work for me. I'll give you really good benefits and all this, and I'm a really good boss. And, you know, she's telling me about how her mom is a bitch and her dad was dying of cancer. Her mom wasn't even there. And her dad was like, you're going to get millions of dollars. I got all the lawyers in the world to make it so that she can't take it from you, but she's going to try. And she did, and she fucking succeeded. And could you imagine being a millionaire as a teenager after your fucking dad dies, and your dad hates your mom, and you hate your mom too, and then she steals all your fucking money, and she's never even there for your dad. She never even loves him. And he knows it. And he's like, you don't deserve this money. And then she steals it from her fucking kids, and her friend has to take her in. She has to live with her friend. And now she's a very responsible, works 70 hours a week. You could leave your dog with her and she'll take care of it. Topher jacked off to her once on Skype and then just literally hung up right as he came. Like, you know, she's really nice. And so we're talking and she's like, you know, we're talking about dating, and I'm just like, you know, you really ought to lose weight because you're so fat, and you're going to get a lot more options the skinnier you get. And she's a really smart person. Like, telling her this, it's like, she's like, yeah, she's like, I got all A's, and like, getting A's in university was a breeze for me. She's like one of those kind of people. And I'm telling her, like, yeah, you're fat, and fat means bad, okay? Obese means guys don't want to get a boner and don't want to fuck you. And if you're not obese, guys do want to fuck you, okay? Do you understand, Piggy? And I'm saying this, like, out of love. You know, she's like, I can't find a boyfriend. I'm like, it's because you're fat. But at the same time, I mean, she's an apple gainer, and there's different kinds of people. And I was telling this to Helen. I'm like, you know, for someone like you, getting fat is a big mistake. But for a pear gainer, it's a big fucking, you should get fat if you're a pear gainer. And Helen is like, that's fucking disgusting. She's like, I hate pear-shaped people. Pear-shaped people are disgusting. She's like, I can't stand the look of a pear. I can't fucking stand them. And I'm like, are you sure? I'm like, are you sure that you even know your type? Like, her boyfriend is a fucking apple. He looks like, what does he look like? He looks like an apple. He looks like an apple on toothpicks. And I'm thinking Helen is an apple too. You know, can you imagine them having a kid? That'd be like a double apple. I couldn't even imagine what that would look like. And she's like, she's asking her boyfriend to visit her this summer. He's like, yeah, I guess, maybe. And she's like, I feel like you don't even love me. And he's like, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll come visit you. Like, he's just so apathetic. And we're always like, oh my God, are you going to leave him? And she's always crying. You know, she's like, I just spent the whole day crying. You know, I felt like her, like, having this fight with Dance Girl. I was like, I guess that's just part of it. I guess you just got to cry sometimes. But in her situation, we all feel like her boyfriend doesn't quite deserve her, and like he treats her bad therefore. And I don't feel like that with Dance Girl. I feel like Dance Girl and I deserve each other. And so if we cry, I don't know if Dance Girl's ever cried over me, but if I cry over her, it's because of the, I don't know, it's not really because we don't appreciate each other. I feel like with Helen and her boyfriend, it's like he doesn't even like her. It feels like he doesn't even like her. But then you only probably hear what she said. You only hear about him when she's complaining about him. There's so much, anything nice she probably doesn't say. Because a lot of times people are like that too. You know, that really irked me when I found out Kayla rescued that dog and no one had ever said that before. I was pretty pissed. I was like, if Kayla made a single mistake, there's 1,000 people there waiting to say it. But she does something really nice, no one fucking mentions it. I was thinking, what a fucking retard she is for getting a dog. Are you kidding me? You can't take care of a dog. You don't know how to train a dog. I don't know either. But I wouldn't get a fucking dog therefore. And then later on I found out she rescued it. I'm like, that makes a huge difference. Omission is lying. Well, I've had so much pizza, I don't want more, but it is a pizza party. It is a really nice night. Well, I've jacked off to Dance Girl and Shark Eyes. Is that cheating? I mean, I don't think I did it recently, though. I can't remember when. But that was a traumatic jack. That was different. I mean, fucking, but you know, this, you know, it's hard to say what's a traumatic jack and not. But anyway, there was this one of these, this white girl with blonde hair, this one porn, this girl drips out, like, without exaggerating, 250 milliliters of cum, like a cup, after a gangbang. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna imagine this is Dance Girl. This is a long time ago. This is like, you know, months ago. And I'm like, it's just so much cum. It's like way too much, you know, look, and it's real cum. You know, obviously if you watch like a lot of cream pie videos where the guy's like, I cream pie her 5 times in one fuck, it's clearly just fake cum. All the comments say, I hate when they use fake cum. This looked like real cum. It looked like she actually got gangbanged by like I don't know how many guys. I mean, I've seen those kind of gangbangs where it's like 50 guy cream pie, and they'll have a speculum in the girl's ass, and they just all load her up, and then she farts out like 50 cream pies into another girl's mouth. And I told Darius about that, who was like really gay. Like when I went over to his house, he had candles on, and he had a modeling show of girls walking the runway in their bikinis. And I said he's 20% gay, and he really didn't like that. He called me a Teletubby fucker for that. But I think he had already done that once. I had these glasses that were really funny, and he said that. He said those glasses make you look like a pedophile. And he said that at the sushi restaurant. And they were just like, they were funny looking glasses. They were, you know, and I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess they do. And then, you know, and I'm just joking. I'm like, after he lights candles at his house, I'm like, you seem kind of gay. And I just say this to our friends. I may have said it on Facebook, that I wouldn't say that Darius is gay, but I would say that he's 1/5 that way. And then we go to the Grand Bend Beach, and I'm showering, and he takes a picture of me, and then he comments, looking pedophilic. And I'm like, okay. And then I comment on every single one of his pictures. I go through like 150 of his pictures, and I comment on every single one. Looking great, Darius. Really hot. Super amazing. Wow, look at this. It's Darius. Coolest guy I've ever met. Whoa, cool. It's Darius. Oh my God. Darius, what's up, dude? I comment on like 150 pictures in a row. And he starts acting all snooty and pretentious. He's like, what happened to the Zach I know? He's like, where's the Zach who's respectful? And this is the same Darius who smelled Christian's sister's panties out of the hamper. Christian sucks Darius's dick real hard. But if Christian heard that, I would love to see what would happen. And Darius is someone who, in a fight, he picked up a chair and he stabbed the guy in the face with the leg of the chair. And Darius has a dad who's rich enough and powerful enough that he could do that. Christian is someone who looks for fist fights when he goes out. Christian could easily beat up Darius in a fight, probably, Darius would be better at fighting. If Darius had Christian's musculature, Darius could easily beat up Christian. But Christian is much stronger than Darius. And Christian is a jughead. And Darius is a model. But Darius is strong as well. Darius is actually literally a model, but he's not that good looking. And he's a psychologist. And, you know, those people are very perverted, more perverted than normal people. And, you know, and then he says, don't embarrass me when my cool friends come over. He's like, these aren't just us, you know, just us retards. It's, you know, I have some cool friends coming over, so don't embarrass me. And then, so I take off all my clothes at his party, except for my underwear, and I really embarrass him. And I do this for Jed. We have this one friend, this gay friend named Jed, who's a cheerleader. And I'm like, Jed, do you like guys with, like, it's like, they have 6-inch long clits. Like, I'm not sure you're gay. I think you just like guys with 6-inch long clits. And I fucking, like, take off all my, like, it's pretty weird, actually. I think I just had to show Darius that I don't care about your whole hypocrisy at all. Your whole fucking nonsense. And he told me in the car once, he's like, I think you're cooler than all my friends. You know, he's like, you're really the coolest. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. I'm aware. Really, though, the other cool guy is Ryan. Ryan is like my RCG. You know, red coat guy? If there's a red coat guy on my team, Ryan is that guy. And fucking Ryan was always probably my favorite. You know, Ryan and fucking Darius, really. But Darius turned out just to be a little bit too slimy. A little bit too slimy. And Ryan and I had a falling out when I asked him, I kind of used him by accident. I felt guilty about that. We were friends for years. And I asked him for a ride home from the beach. And I kind of masked it like, do you want to hang out? But really, I just need a ride, and I'll give you $40. But giving someone only $40 for driving an hour and a half each way is not really enough. And so we didn't really hang out after that. And so, because I always felt kind of awkward. And plus, I moved to Toronto. And so, you know, I just wasn't around anymore. And that was nice. Moving to Toronto was nice. You know, that's where I had the help from my dad, and like the help being he rose me up to a higher dimension. He raised me, actually. And I met one of his other kids, who was a guy who would twitch. And he was really awesome. I was so excited to see who are these other kids. I said, do you fuck your daughters? He said, no. And so, anyway, I once said, do you like cream pie videos? And he's like, no. And do you like cream pies? And he's like, no. Something like that. And I thought he might as well have said, Zach, you're super gay. He might as well have said that. He used to always say, are you here for the bukkake? Or something like, you know, he always had something topical. I was like, how do you know? You know, he's like, clearly, some of the things he said, he's like, you know, as long as you're a good person, it doesn't matter if you're trans or whatever the fuck you're into. You're like fucking, I mean, because I wore a woman's dress around at one point. For a day. That belonged to Elise. She's like, you can keep the dress. Elise was a pillhead school teacher. And her last name was the same as Barbara's from group. And fucking, he may as well have said, I see what you're doing with all those egg whites in the bathroom. And I kind of sent it back. I sent him a nude picture of Din Venom's pig. And fucking, I blurred out her pussy. Like, I know you can see this anyway. And he once said to me, has Travis and Graylin ever referred to me as a dirty old man? And he may have, and another time he said, I'm a tremendous voyeur. But he also had a camera in his kitchen with a telescope on it. And he would take pictures of people. So it's not like he was snooping. You know, when I said, I'm going to go through my girlfriend's email now to confirm that she's cheating on me, he said, you mustn't snoop. You must not do that. I said, yeah, I know, but I'm doing it anyway. I said, I know that this is one of those things that once you do it, you can't go back. This is a serious violation. So who knows what he was doing with gang stalking, but with the whole, does Travis and his girlfriend ever refer to me as a dirty old man? I'm like, really? You're interested in Travis and his girlfriend? Well, I heard them fucking all the time. They were just so loud. And she would always tease me so much, but I never really respected her. And we had this one friend, Caitlin. She was Kevin's girlfriend. She works at the CAMH now here in Kitchener. She followed, presumably, who knows, she followed me from Toronto to Kitchener. I don't know what her deal is. Could have been coincidence. She's quite obsessed with Travis's pig, Graylin, his good-looking posh pig. I was like, you're obsessed with Graylin? Are you kidding me? Graylin is a fool. Graylin is a flake. You would be an idiot to admire her. She's awesome. She's awesome to talk to. You could talk to her about David Data for hours, about the feminine polarity and the masculine polarity. And she gets down on her hands and knees in a store and she does push-ups. Like, Graylin doesn't care about what people think of her. You know, she's someone who you can guarantee when you meet her that her boyfriend is a millionaire. Within 1 second of meeting her, you're like, your boyfriend's a millionaire. Whoever it is, you would not be with someone who's not a millionaire. And she's a barista at their own cafe. And Travis really fucking loved her. And I was like, Graylin is a weasel. She's a little weasel. And she's really slick. She's really clever. She knows how to get under your skin. And Katie was obsessed with Graylin. I was like, you're such an idiot. I don't even get it. But anyway, I was more happy to slime Caitlin, Travis's first pig, who is not even really that good looking, but she's a far more better pig, a far more decent, wholesome pig. And like, you know, that was cool. I slimed her without a condom. I didn't even ask her if she's on the pill. I'm like, obviously you'd get an abortion. Like, I don't even need to ask you. Imagine sliming a pig without even fucking asking her, as someone who always uses condoms. With my own pig, with Din Venom's ex, I guess I'll say Din Venom's ex-pig, DVEP, I had to wear condoms with her for the whole years we were together. And if we did a no condom event, I had to be monitoring every day when she took her pill. But Caitlin, never. Caitlin is a real woman. Caitlin's not a spineless little weasel. Neither was my pig. But, you know, or like fucking, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to say she's my pig, okay? I don't want to have to specify every time she's my ex-pig. And, but she was spineless. My pig was spineless. And someone's spineless, you can't trust them. Just like the Joker says, I know the squealers. And that fucking one, you just twist them a little bit and they'll start squealing. Now, I squealed a lot when I was being really heavily gang stalked and freaking out, I was basically like telling on everyone. I'm like, what's the gossip I can tell on anyone? I want to get everyone targeted. Sometimes I said things that I regretted, that I had went too far invading people's privacy. I felt like I had betrayed many people, and at the same time I was so angry. I was like, you betrayed me so much that you should never expect confidentiality from me now. I would have kept your secrets. I know everyone's secrets. I know the secrets of people who don't know I know their secrets. But when people fuck you over, or people act one way that if you knew the real story, that they never would have the courage to act that way, that's stolen valor. They're using stolen valor, which is actually a very nasty crime. I don't care when people steal valor from the military, because I don't like the military. So go ahead and steal all the valor you want from the military. Degrade the military all you want. Now, we have a picture at my grandma's house of someone in the military. We have people in our family who are, I mean, I had a great uncle Adam who was a guard for the Tsar. And when he came here, he said it's like heaven. And at some point, there was some issue he had where he was from. And he met some people who were going to kill him. And they said, what side are you on? If you get the answer right, you survive. And if you don't, you don't. And he didn't know what side he was supposed to be on. So he said, I was just in prison and I just got out. So I actually am not on any side. I don't know. And they let him live. And my grandma got some kind of, she was younger than him. He was a tall, skinny guy. And really nice, apparently. I'd never met him. And my grandma got some kind of a cap gun and put it inside of a real hunting gun or something, like one of those long guns. And she pretended to shoot her friend in front of him. And he's going, oh, friend, what? No, friend, what are you doing? What are you doing? And she's like, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. I did that to my mom. I came home from Toronto and I snuck in the house when she was in the bathroom. Just coincidentally, just when I got in the house, she was in the bathroom. And so I seized on the opportunity. And without her knowing I was in the house, I ran upstairs and I went under her bed. And then she went to bed thinking she's alone in the house. And then I started going, like making these noises like I'm a psycho under her bed. And she was like, ah! Like she was screaming like for real. She was like really screaming for real. And she didn't talk to me after that. She was really fucking mad. I was like, I guess she shouldn't have circumcised me. I don't know. I was like, I thought it was so funny. You know, I used to scare people all the time in my family. And they're like, don't do that. Like, that's fucked up. You know, I'd be hiding behind doors, like jumping out at them. Like, they're like, don't do that. You know, Shark Eyes did that to me. And and that's where Dance Girl smiled. That's where I saw Dance Girl smile. right where he jumped out at me. She's like, he jumps out at me, then she rapes me with him, and then she smiles right after in that same spot. Like, I'm going to rape you and kill you, and it makes me happy. And I had thought she was saying, now it's me just here by myself with you. Now it's just us, and I'm giving you some affection. But really she's saying, you know, isn't this so funny? It's hard, you know, sometimes those events, it's like, it's hard to forgive those. Like sometimes I just feel like angry still. You know, it's pretty intense. It's pretty rough stuff. I wonder about TSD's anger and who he blames. Like, I never wanted Blonde Girl to see any of this stuff, and I never thought she did, and until long after. And I was like, who showed her that? And why would he be mad at me? I need to incriminate you to clear my name. This is my right. And I did this over blonde girl's head without her even seeing this. I never showed her this. Someone on your side did. Why are you fucking mad at me for? And I wondered, is he not allowed to be mad at whoever it was? They outrank him, or it was Dance Girl, but Dance Girl was just legally not responsible. So then the next thing he could do is hate her parents. But then they say, well, we couldn't control it either. And then he's like, well, I guess I'll just hate Z-Bubs. I'm like, well, how does that fucking make sense? So it was difficult to forgive Dance Girl. I mean, when wounds go deep like that, a lot of times you can't even see it. It's so evil that you think it's something else. And then they had cars, like they did so much stuff to me. You know, it was really fucked. And I'm glad I'm over it. I'm glad I can talk about it dispassionately and without a cold anger either. You know, I still have warmth for Dance Girl. I'm like, now Dance Girl is my pig. You know, I feel like Eminem. Yeah, he did fuck my girl. And now I'm still standing here saying, fuck the free world. You know, they jump him. I did get jumped by all 6 of you chumps. I'm like, I get fucking destroyed by Dance Girl's boyfriend. And then I'm like, but she's my girlfriend. You know, her boyfriend could kick my ass while she laughs and masturbates. But in the end, she's my girlfriend. In the end, she's giving me her clothes. And her wedding ring. Her fucking watch and her love. And that's hard when you go through that. Like there's, do you know how many femdom videos there are? Where it's like, you're getting cucked by your bully. The guy who kicks your ass and is your boss, he fucks your wife. Do you know how many guys get off on that kind of stuff? Probably going both ways. I mean, that bitch from Shortstop in the blue spandex with her tall, bald-haired, short, blonde-haired boyfriend who drives a fucking sedan black Audi with rust on it. They're like, we want to be the tops. We want you to be the cuck who gets fucking bullied and loves jacking off. And I'm like, you're not even that hot, bitch. You're smiling at me, laughing at me, making your boyfriend be all nice to me to humiliate me like we're all friends. I'm like, you're not even that fucking hot. I mean, if you took my collar off, like I'm Jet Li in that show. Do you remember that show where Jet Li has a collar on and he's treated like a dog? And then when they take his collar off, he's like the Kung Fu master. I'm like, if you took my collar off, you would never, your big, strong boyfriend, you would never fucking do this. And I'll bet your fucking boyfriend is gay. Because why else would he be into doing this? And, you know, there's some pig in the pizza store too, who was like laughing at me with a bubble butt. And I was like, your bubble butt is the size of cantaloupes. And that's nothing fucking I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'm not body shaming here. I'm just saying when you try to tease someone with your butt, well, it doesn't matter really. I mean, it's not really about your butt size. It's more like, well, yeah, actually it is. Like her beauty wasn't really that much. Her face looked like her skin was made out of leather. She looked like she smoked in her car with her kids. And, you know, she looked like she had a bad fucking habit of smoking cigars all the time. And she's like, don't you just wish? It's like, okay, yeah, let's realistically look at it. The hotter you are, the better you are. And if you're not hot, you're not anything. And you got a butt the size of cantaloupes. Cool. But how's your face? If you're gonna have a butt the size of cantaloupes, you'd better have a nice face. And you'd better have skin that doesn't make me think that you're made out of leather. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not fucking impressed, okay? You can't really. And then the pizza guy is like, are you filming in here? Did you pay for your pizza? I'm like, who pays for their pizza? Do I have a pop? No. I feel like if I leave my pop out of sight, I forget about it. So this is like the ultimate fucking, this is ultimate over here. First I was jacking off to this and now I'm just in love with it. Yeah, I've been through a lot. And who cares? But the thing to brag about is that you're still a good person after. I had so many times where I could have just given up. And you don't have to just die to give up. You could just become complacent. And I never let myself do that. I always said I'm going to suffer unimaginable pain to get to heaven. I'm not settling for purgatory. And I'm not settling for hell. Now, of course, heaven is hell and hell is heaven. Okay, obviously all the good people are sinners. If you're not a sinner, you're not religious. And you're not even welcome with Osho. Osho says only sinners are allowed here. If you're not a sinner, get out. Osho makes me cry. So I gotta cut the grass. I wouldn't do it. My mom is like, you gotta cut it. I'm like, I'd cut it in like 10 days from now. But cutting it every 5 days, that's a lot. That's ridiculous. Do you know we're about to run out of gas? We're about to be in Mad Max. We're about to be having to sell our children for gasoline. They're running out of gas in America. Now this is good. I hope we lose. Okay, I hope that we also get sacrificed in Canada to protect the rest of the world. Obviously, when it actually happens, I'll say, no, I take it back. But in theory, I say, yeah, America are good people, but to get the CIA, that has to be destroyed. The CIA and the Mossad have to be destroyed. And to destroy that, you have to destroy the assets of the people who fund the CIA. You have to destroy BlackRock. You have to destroy those kind of people. And so I don't know how you would do that. Obviously, you don't want to do it with nukes. You want to starve them. But to starve them, do you have to starve the rest of the world? I mean, how do they have their money in the first place? Well, they just steal everyone else's. And so they're not going to be able to do that if Iran is the superpower of the world, which it now is. And they deserve it. They're fucking really great. Oh God. I just got a magnet stuck on me. I know I should be asking Dance Girl on a date or something, but I'm just cherishing what we have right now. I'm actually contented in this moment. Like, I'm like, I have her love, and that's enough for me. I also have a very slow escalation of getting closer to her. So the trajectory is there that she'll be here at some point. So I'm not like, but I need to see you right now. I'm like, I already have you. And obviously, just because you're physically in the presence of someone doesn't mean that you have them. So I don't feel lonely at all. I feel like I'm very, very, very high on heroin. I'm immensely super high. And it's a long way to fall. And today I fell. I hit bottom. I was like, oh fuck. And I started crawling my way back up. I'm like, this is impossible. I'll never reach those heights again. I should just go fucking die. I was feeling very upset. I was like, how can I crawl out of this hole? With a pizza? That's not even gonna help. It'll just make me numb. Oh, it was really sad. There's nowhere to go. When you're heartbroken, video games, TV, movies, nothing distracts. Nothing takes your mind off of it. And then, even if you take your mind off of it, you're so serious then. You don't have any bounce in your step. You're not aloof and natural. You're not loose and natural. You're like, I got nothing over here. And there's nothing to do. Everything sucks. TV sucks. Movies suck. Music sucks. food sucks. Everything is an effort. Even eating, you don't want to eat. You just want to feel as sad as you can. It's like you want more of it almost. I was ending up being thankful for her cruelty. That she sent some mean thing, some phone call. And I was like, at least I got that from her. At least she still cares about me enough to hate me or to dump me. I felt dumped. I thought even getting dumped by her, I actually like that it was one more thing from her. And then I was like fucking hugging this sweater. I jacked off to it again and I pretended like we were back together. I let myself have that fantasy. And for a couple minutes, I felt my withdrawal go away. I felt like I was whole. And then the reality set in. After I jacked, I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. And then I started feeling really bad. I started going into all sorts of trauma, all sorts of self-hatred, completely low self-esteem. Just started hating myself. And I was like, I need a pizza. And I'm actually grateful seeing that pizza guy, thinking he's not even that cute. And I mean, how gay could I be? But really just seeing his smallness, that he's like, don't film, you can't film. Because I'm ashamed of myself. I hate my job and I'm ashamed to work here. That's what he may as well have said. And I'd be like, I'd hate to work here too, because I'd be sweating all the time. I liked cleaning a bar because the temperature was nice. I'm someone who, when we already have central air, I also keep an air conditioner in my room. And so does Travis. And my mom was like, don't do that. I'm like, but I did it last year. I'll pay you extra. Like, I can't stand not being really cold. I love sleeping in cold. I mean, I wouldn't want to be sweating. That's not good for your skin, I don't think. Working near an oven. I mean, I baked cookies at Rim Park. Somewhere, I forget where it was, but I baked cookies somewhere. I didn't like it. I didn't like being near that oven. I really didn't like that at all. I, of course, imagined being burned alive in it, and that really freaked me out. And it was a big oven. And I felt strangely lucky that I can actually afford a pizza. I'm like, I guess there's going to be gas prices going up so high soon that we're not going to even be able to drive cars. We're not going to afford anything. And I feel really lucky that I don't have a job and I still have a girlfriend. I mean, this is the first thing I said to Louise. I was like, to not have a job and not be homeless, I have to be really likable. And I feel like it's actually hard work. Like, if you want to actually get along with your family, get along with the people who can help you not have to have a job so that you can retire without money, you actually have to be giving value on certain dimensions, not dimensions that are obvious in the marketplace, but on other dimensions. You have to be a colorful person, someone who's authentic. And I felt very lucky, even though I was feeling dead inside. I was trying to crawl out of the misery of being at the bottom, because I have been single and I have been happy. And Helen keeps bringing up this point. She's like, I'm just getting to the point where if Xander and I don't work out, then I'm like, I have my family and I have friends. And that's enough. That's really all I need. I'm like, not me. If I don't have a pig, everything stops. Video games, friends, family, it's all nothing. Until I have a pig, nothing matters. A pig solves, I don't know, only everything. And so I'm getting pizza and I'm pigless. And I'm thinking, at least I can get a pizza. At least I don't have to work at this place. At least I have some people who care about me. And I can afford a pizza. Like, that's pretty nice. You know, you should be thankful. You know, really, you should really be thankful. And I was like, yeah, you're right, I know. And then, right when I don't expect it, I'd already been by Dance Girl Street, going to the pizza place, feeling my heart sink. And then as I'm going by, fucking white Honda Civic drives by. I'm like, what? Dance Girl? No. And then a fucking black cat. I'm like, really? I'm like, yeah, really, that just happened. That just fucking happened. You not only just got Dance Girl's pussy juice, which I don't make a big deal out of that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe that's rude to say that. I don't make a big deal out of that because it didn't even smell like anything. Because the pants were so full of bonfire smoke, it overrode whatever smell it would be. So I'm like, that's just for I don't even know what the function of that is. That's just to show me that you love me. But the sweater is really the thing I'll be jacking off to. But I mean, that's very affirming. That's very much like, you know, I had been asking for that. And, you know, I guess she doesn't wear panties. I don't wear underwear. And fucking, I would never wear underwear. I stopped wearing underwear a long time ago. And, I forget what I'm talking about. I feel like I may have been rude there by, you know, saying too much. But, I was coming home from the pizza store. I wasn't expecting it. Then I get this really nice gift. Well, yeah, I just got these really nice gifts. I'm at the best place I've ever been at with Dance Girl. And for one day, we're in, not only am I in the best place, but she's fucking, I like her more. You know, I'm like, I feel like she gets me more. I feel like she has Zare's level customer service representativeness. Zare's customer service level. I feel like she's a good girlfriend. She loves me and she's a good girlfriend. And after one day of that, it's just too good to be true. And I lose it. And I cry, I go to rock bottom. Probably not even, I probably had further to go. And then, it gets renewed. And here it is. Here's Dance Girl again. And I'm like, this is amazing. He's like a dream. It never feels normal. I don't think it's supposed to. But at the same time, it feels familiar. So again, I'm getting a boner, but I'm not jacking off now. Which is nice. It's actually much nicer to do this. Okay, we had our wedding day, we had our honeymoon, now we're married, and now I'm going back to not jacking off. Because it actually brings sexual pleasure to a higher level. And what am I going to do for coryza? Turns out when I jack off, you know how long it takes me to come? 1 second. For real. I'm like, talk about coryza. But at the same time, I'm speed coming. I'm trying to get to the maximum pleasurable feeling as fast as possible. I'm not trying to prolong it. I'm distinctly not trying to do coryza. And so my intent, the way I choose to do it matters too. So it's not just like I can't do coryza. It's just like I'm just trying to bust nuts at this point. But now not jacking off, it goes back to coryza level where the foreplay is the point. And the foreplay includes the orgasm. And the orgasm doesn't include the ejaculation. And that leads to a higher orgasm. And so these kind of boners that I have now, these are like sustainable. These are like the good healthy kind. These are not just like a sleeping pill and a sneeze. But it was curious how I had a different kind of refractory period. It felt so surreal. I don't know if you've ever felt a difference between jacking off and fucking a pig, but it's different. Getting a hand job from a pig or jacking off with your own hand, it's a different thing. And it's the same thing when you have a dance girl sweater. It becomes different. I was like Beatrix Kiddo, and she was like Pia May, and she's like, your jack off hand belongs to me. I was like, yes, I know. I also want that. Now, is my family really Dexter? No, I don't think so. I was being facetious, okay? What I more mean is that they're just like, what? If anyone's going to protect you, it's going to be us. That's what they were saying. And for anyone to protect you, we gotta be on your side. And if we're not on your side, nobody is. So it makes no difference whether you go to the hospital or the police, because they don't have any, they're just the employees of someone else, of some handler. So it doesn't matter what you do. It's a complete waste of time. I'm like, yeah, you could have just fucking said that. How am I supposed to know that? Why wouldn't, my dad had a patent. And he said, the lawyers are so stupid, they don't get it. He's like, none of them fucking get it. He had a patent how to stop movies from being pirated. And they wouldn't give it to him. He was applying for this patent, and they wouldn't give it to him because they couldn't understand it. And I felt like, how do people not understand this? But I was shocked too in COVID. My whole family was like getting vaccines. I was like, how are you doing this? You fucking psychos. They're bragging about it. They're laughing about it. I'm like, the people who block you into the town don't have to get a vaccine. The police who section off the neighborhood to keep you locked in the neighborhood don't have to get a vaccine. Wouldn't it be inferred that they are not having to get vaccinated because they need to stay alive to kill you? Nope. I'll just go get the vaccine. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, this isn't funny. They'll joke with me. Like, they're like, you gonna get a vaccine? I'm like, this isn't funny. I'm like, you're killing yourself. You're making a joke out of injecting graphene oxide into your blood. You're poking a needle through your arm and directing fucking graphene oxide into your blood. That's gonna go through your heart. Through it. You're gonna be stabbing your heart. You know, I don't mean to be heavy here, okay? I don't mean to be heavy here. Obviously, some people get placebos, okay? Obviously, there's water fasting, there's drinking water, there's healthy diet, you know. But those same family, they don't get their boosters. They're like, fuck that shit. Eventually, they're like, fuck that shit. You know, it takes them a while. It takes them a while to get it. I'm like, do you realize that you're proving your slavery? That you actually don't even know. You should admit that you don't even know what a virus is, that you don't even know what a vaccine is, that none of this even makes sense to you. You can't explain any of this. And really what you're saying is that you just want to do what you're told so that you get social credit. You want to fit in. You're a conformist. Now, obviously, you have to get a vaccine to have a job. My mom is a daycare teacher. Or like, she teaches kids who are like, have physical disabilities. And an ECE teacher, or like, I don't know, I don't even know if it counts as a teacher. I think she had different jobs. But to work there, you'd have to have a vaccine probably. But my grandma got a vaccine and she doesn't have any responsibilities. She was the first one to do it. She drives over, she's like, I got it, I'm not dead. Check it out, I'm still alive. I was like, okay. It makes me happy. Well, I worry for Dance Girl, obviously. And for my mom and my cousin. And I'm like, well, at least my grandma got it and she's not dead and she's pretty old when she got it. So, that makes me feel comforted. And clearly there's how bad is my batch. My mom got a bad one on the second one. But it takes people a while to figure things out. Now everyone knows. Now everyone says, yeah, vaccines are fucked. That whole COVID thing was fucking bullshit. Everyone says that now. But it took a while. And I was the same way. I was like, how do you guys not see this? How are you all siding against me? It's very disheartening, very discouraging. When your family are like, yeah, fuck you, dude. I'm like, are you even listening to me? As much as you think you know more than me, I know that I know more than you. A young man thinks that he's wise. An old man knows that he's a fool. Well, I don't know if I'm an old man, but dating Dance Girl, it aged me like 1,000 years. I'm about I'm about 1,200 years old now. A few years ago, I was only 1,000. Osho was 5,300 by the time he died. He was 59 when he died. He was blind. They fucking poisoned him, irradiated him, tried to blow him up. But his sannyasins never let it happen. They followed him from jail to jail. And Richard Moore, the guy who talks about he's a targeted individual who has a channel called USA GSA. When he talked good about Ronald Reagan, I was like, that guy killed Osho. I was like, you can't talk good about Ronald Reagan and get away with it with me, okay? You can't fucking do that. And then, if you've seen Ronald Reagan's wife, she's such a bleeding heart. She looks like a really sensitive person, but she's a total fascist. Osho called them Christian fundamentalist fascists. Fuckers. You know, I can't imagine someone like Ronald Reagan up against Osho. That's like Commodus versus Maximus. You'd have to be fucking crazy to think you're better than Maximus. And you know you're cheating to beat him. And you still try and take the credit. You still try and take the fucking valor. Those fucking people, man, that's a Ronald Reagan. It fucking zips me, dude. Isn't it so good? Isn't being married so good? Honestly, if you're a married couple, do you think you're really happier than me and Dance Girl? Do you think you're more turned on fucking your partner than I am jacking off to Dance Girl's clothes? Like, do you think it's more magical? More like a dream? Like you can't believe it's even real? Like you've suffered that much for it? You've paid prices so heavy for it? Like, do you think you have better connection? Like, do you think you're less lonely? I think you should be really jealous of us. And I was a loser in high school, so I really need that. I'm like, I really need you to be really jealous. I need you to go, oh shit. You guys are the best. And I'm like, I didn't say it. Well, you know, I'm just being stupid. Truthfully, I hope for good relationships for people I love. Even my family, I'd want to be better than them and be like, I'm the leader here. I'm the boss. I have the best relationship of everyone. And you're all jealous of me. You all wish you were me. You all think that I'm the coolest and I'm the fucking alpha of the family. even though no one admits it, even though I'm not a gang stalker, and I'm not a handler, I handle all the fucking handlers. And I'm the king, and everyone is jealous of me. And you guys never should have been so mean to me. You should have never taken so long to get on my side. You should have never taken me for a fool. And you should have accepted that the extremely unconventional things I say, like viruses don't exist, is not a reflection of my being crazy, but the fact that I have a lot of guts, and I have a lot of intelligence. And if you have those things, you will be saying things that make no sense to people. You will be saying everything you know is wrong, and it's not a joke. And you've been literally indoctrinated in a propaganda center that you call school, and the fact that it's free when nothing else is free should show you that someone has a motive to be teaching you all these things. And the people who fund all this shit is the CIA and the Mossad. And that's why it's illegal to not put your kids in school. And even if you homeschool them, you got to do it by the criteria of these fucking cultists, of these criminal psychopaths who make every society in the world illegal. And by the time you have a legal society like Osho and the commune in Oregon, they're going to burn it down. They're going to infiltrate it with poison. They poisoned everyone with salmonella. And they're going to destroy it using trickery. And they accused Osho of corrupting the youth. And he said, this is the only place where kids are safe. There's no other place in the world where kids are safe than here. And they accuse us of corrupting the youth. And they did that with, I think, Socrates too. They always jump down that. They go, you're hurting women and you're hurting kids. It's the first thing they say. And thank God it's a category on porn now where people recognize it. That false accusations is literally a sex fetish. It's a mainstream sex fetish. Well, think about it. You say it, and then you get the person raped to death. Imagine having the ability to get someone raped to death. Wouldn't that be a sex fetish? And at the same time, you get to project your illicit desires onto someone else. And then if you break the fourth wall, while you do it, you're like, yeah, I know, I'm just lying, but you can't prove it. You know, that's like real fetish. That's like fucking, it's scary. It's really fucking scary. That's how it feels to be a victim of a sex crime as a man. It's, you're gonna like it or you're gonna get accused, and I'm gonna be the victim. As I abuse you, I'm gonna pose as the victim. So you see someone coming your way going, oh my God, help, help. And you're like running away from the person, and they're like chasing you, dildoing themselves. They're like, help, help, he's raping me. And you're like, that's just part of it. That's just part and parcel. That's how it is. Well, Osho really liked Sheila. Sheila got raped when she was 17, and she never got over it. So then she just wanted to kill a bunch of people and take over Osho's commune. She still acts like she's Osho. She still acts like, she has a YouTube channel. She acts like she's something, but she's not. But Osho said she was needed for a while. Someone like her was needed because she was extremely fierce when she would fight the people who would come against Osho. Like Osho did a Nazi salute to Bunta magazine when all the press came to interview him, and he did a Nazi salute to all of his sannyasins. And he's like, I did that for those retarded press people who had put it in their magazine. And I also did it for my German sannyasins who carry a deep guilt. And we had to make light of this. Of course, the people who don't understand will not understand. I think I need more pizza. My bed is so squishy. And I kind of need dipping sauce. I should have went to Domino's for that. They do have vegan dipping sauce at Domino's, but it has natural flavor. Which, if that does have animal products in it, has like extract of meat or something. They don't actually have to put it in the ingredients. They can hide behind just the natural flavor thing. And admittedly, I hid behind that too. I was like, well, technically it doesn't say have Dance Girl as an appetizer. We'll have Dance Girl for dessert. We'll have walking pizza for dinner. I'm like, yeah, it worked for me. When I used to listen to that song, I Consume the Way, I would think of Dance Girl, and I would think, this is a traumatic thing. And then I would think, it's not a traumatic thing. She's actually your pig. And you know it. And acting like she's not is traumatic. I felt very lonely. I felt very lonely without her. The fact that she hates you so much that she wants to rape you to death means she's your pig. She just doesn't know it yet. I have a big old boner right now. Look at this. Well, never mind. That's a little bit too much. But you get horny when you talk about love. Ooh.
Well, you know, do we have anything else to talk about? I don't think so. Although I don't like that I'm making my shirt smell like BO. I hope this doesn't stain it. It's one of the reasons I don't like wearing deodorant. I don't want to have some kind of stain on my shirt. But I smell pretty good. I'm a pretty good smeller. But, you know, I turned it, it was like 76 in here today. I don't know what the fuck. The temperature keeps changing. Why wouldn't it just stay at 73? I set it to 73. Tomorrow, for some unknown reason, it's going to be at 76. I'm going to have to turn it down to 72 or 70 fucking 3. Why wouldn't it just stay at 72? Is someone changing it with their phone? My mom can change it with her phone. I'm like, why is it going up again? Like, isn't it supposed to stay the same? You're supposed to change the temperature every day? Is it on a variable, like, auto temperature? Like, what the fuck? You know, I don't even know. All of a sudden I'm sweating. And my mom comes home, she's like, why is it so hot in here? Why wouldn't you have changed the temperature? I'm like, I didn't even realize. When I get hot, I just take my shirt off. I'm not a muffin top. I have every reason to take my shirt off. What are you doing? She's like, turn the temperature down, okay? Why wouldn't you do it? I'm like, I didn't even realize. Okay, it takes me like an hour to even realize I'm sweating. And then when I do, I'm like, oh, right, yeah, go change that thing. Well, I like having central air. We always just had an air conditioner. And I can't believe some people don't have an air conditioner. That's really not right. You know, especially if you have money for other stuff. No, you should definitely buy, there's some things you should have. Number 1, a Berkey water filter. You should be in prison if you don't have that. Number 2, a countertop distiller, a cheap one for only $200, which doesn't do a good job, which you want, because you need to keep the minerals in the water. And a cheap countertop one doesn't do it as it's advertised. And it does keep the minerals in the water. And you need those to conduct electricity and to not wash out your minerals. But you should have a Berkey. And number 3 is, well, I don't know. I don't know if you need some good cologne or perfume. I mean, certainly this adds a lot. I would much prefer perfume plus pheromones. But I don't wear perfume. I don't even like wearing deodorant. Or I don't even use toothpaste. You should have some nice socks. You should have some nice clothes. And let me just lecture you for a little bit more, okay? I know it's late. I know you've been here a long time, but I just need to lecture you for 10 more minutes. You should have some silk detangler to put in your hair. You should have an electric shaver, whether you're a girl or a guy. You should have really big toenail clippers that don't take a lot of effort. Something oversized where you don't have to squeeze hard. You should have, did I say nice socks? Champion socks? You should have a Honda Civic. Now, I don't like Dance Girl's sister, but she at least got that right. And you should have a long coat, which she also has if you're a girl. But you should have that if you're a guy too, actually. You should have a long coat regardless. Now, I don't have a long coat, and I regret it. Okay, I would like a long coat. You'd have to be a fool not to have a long coat. But at the same time, yeah, what could you do? You know, if you wear snow pants, who cares? I wear snow pants. You know, really, you should have snow pants. And really, you should have a onesie. You should have a whole snowsuit. I used to wear an entire snowsuit. When I would go tobogganing, I would wear a fucking snowsuit. They're the best. It's really the best. It's like a mechanic suit. You should have a polyester bristle toothbrush, which that's not easy to get. You can't just go to a store and buy one of those. And if you get one on Amazon, you should get one with 12,000 bristles. It'll cost you $12 if you order them in bulk, just for one. And you should have a Costco card, probably. Costco's a little ridiculous. You should have something from IKEA. And I'm gonna sleep with this tonight. I wonder if Dance Girl loves me as much as I love her. Oh, you know what? The new Boards of Canada album? Fuck that. No, it's sad as fuck. It's cool. Maybe it takes time. Maybe it takes time. But no, I heard their fucking newest. The other people said when they wrote that teaser song, they released one song before the album to give everyone a taste. Other people were saying, I wasn't impressed with that first song, but the album didn't disappoint. But I'm not thinking it's that good. I think it's kind of like The Prophet by Caleb Graham. His first book, The Prophet, was amazing, and then after that, every other book sucked. Because his ego was validated by his first book, and then he had nothing else to prove after that. So after that, he stopped writing good books. And he wrote 150 books after that that were all garbage. My grandma said she would like to be buried with his book, The Prophet. I said, you think The Prophet is good? Have you read the book of Mirdad? That's better than The Prophet. The Prophet is on par with that, though. And could you imagine? Your grandma says, I want to be buried with just one thing. I want to be buried with this book, The Prophet. Well, I had to read a few passages in that. And can we draw a parallel that my getting this is the same as me writing the book, The Prophet? And now, am I going to take Dance Girl for granted? Or am I going to move even higher? Is this just a gratification to my ego? Or do I love Dance Girl? What do you think? Well, obviously I love Dance Girl. But I know if I say that, it sounds like that's what you would say if it was an ego thing. So whatever you say, you can't really prove it. I mean, Osho says, you never know if they love you. And that's kind of the fun of it. But it's always a gamble. But at the same time, many times Osho would say, when he would meet people, that I can tell you're never going to betray me. Now he's saying that as someone who's had a knife thrown at him. He's had people try to kill him. He's had people who are his sannyasins try to harm him. He was allergic. Yeah, I can't stand this fucking music. I don't like the New Boards of Canada album. I seriously don't. It's too busy. It's taggy. It's just a bunch of talking. Okay, I listen to old play, and I listen to old Boards of Canada. And so apparently you can never know if someone loves you. And if you really grill someone about it, they always say, I don't know if I love them. But then he also says that he knows that certain people love him. So I'm as sure that Dance Girl loves me as I'm sure of anything. I am sure she loves me. I know she loves me. And I know that I love her. Because I feel it. I feel sad if she's sad, and I feel happy if she's happy. I mean, today I told her I'll always love her when she was breaking up with me. I said that without trying to win her back. I was like crying while I was saying it. I was like, remember, no matter what, I'll always love you. Like, no matter what I've said, no matter what I've done, the real truth is I'll always love you. You know, it broke my heart to say that. But it was worth it. You know, like my heart was already broken. Where do you keep your tongue when your mouth is closed and you're not talking? Do you put it on the roof of your mouth? Or do you leave it between your teeth and on the bottom? You're supposed to keep it on the roof of your mouth. Did you know that? I never would have thought I'd use this for emotional support. I never thought this is a multi-purpose shirt. I thought this is a jacking shirt. I never thought this would help me get through the second month of marriage. Which, if that sounds a little pessimistic, it's not. It's that growth is painful. Well, I'm getting kind of tired. So I wish I had some candy. I like some fuzzy peaches and some Swedish berries and some lightly salted chips by Lay's that are barbecue. I can't find those barbecue ones anymore. I'm not sure they make them. And the fact that they're lightly salted is amazing. Oh, I do have ketchup chips. I really don't like no-name barbecue chips and regular Lay's barbecue chips and regular Lay's chips. That's too much salt. That's way too much salt. What I really like too is lightly salted Ruffles, plain. And if I wasn't vegan, what kind of chips should you get if you're not vegan? That you should be in prison if you don't. Sour cream and onion? Yes, I hope you're thinking sour cream and onion. If you get all dressed chips, you should be in prison. And so you should have some sour cream and onion chips that are Ruffles. Now, I also have some sour cream and onion chips that my mom's not eating. I think it's sour cream and onion. I kept talking about sour cream and onion chips. My fucking unconscious mind was like, do you know that you have those here? You should eat those. Yeah, okay. And these fucking ketchup chips by Selection brand are actually really good. Yeah. So I have sour cream and onion chips. They're not Ruffles, but they're... Oh... I have sour cream and onion sauce on my fingers. I'm picking up Dance Girl's shirt like this. My knuckles. I'm not doing that for the camera. These are so good. So, for the last over 100 years, probably hundreds of years, Iran has been occupied. And Iran holds the most strategic trading point. Iran controls the world's trade. Now, I could be wrong, okay? I'm talking with a lot of confidence here. But I think this is true. Iran, have you ever seen the movie The Man in the Iron Mask? Iran is the real king who's been usurped. And they just got unusurped. For China and Russia and Pakistan to give Iran a nuke, they're saying, you're the daddy now. That shows a lot of cooperation. Iran and Russia and Pakistan and China, they're not the Mossad. They're not that kind of people. They're not like, we gotta be in charge. They're like, you can be in charge, Iran. They're not like, we gotta kill Osho. But They tried to kill Osho in India too. But ultimately, I fucking think that that doesn't prove that everywhere is as bad as Mossad. Osho was talking shit about these people. Osho was criticizing these people. That's not the same. A politician in any country is an ugly thing. Osho says a politician is the ugliest thing a person can become. In India, they tried killing him because he was talking shit. But the Mossad, they kill you just because you're happy. Just because he has his own commune. Just because he started a real society. And there was some prime minister, someone in India, who Osho liked too. Who he said it's good that they have that job. That some people should get into politics to change it. Well, I think we're about finished the video, so I'm gonna huff some more Dance Girl. It'll be sad not jacking off, but it'll be worth it. I have this for emotional support now, so that's something. Well, it's more than something. Okay, I don't mean to be apathetic here. I'm quite happy. I'm as contented as I could be. So again, video games are fun. And fucking, I got some chippies, got some snacks, I got the couch set up. I want to listen to Boards of Canada, but it's just, they have talking in all their songs. I think they're washed up. I think they're henpecked and they're washed up. And I think I'm as cool as I've ever been now that I have this sweater. I don't think I'm like suddenly Caleb Graham and just talking nonsense now. I think my videos are high quality as ever. This is how I do a double-double. If I want to jack to Dance Girl's armpit, I go like this. I fold it, and then I go like that. And then I would tie it on my face, but then I would be exhaling my own air into her fucking pheromones and contaminating them. So I don't like doing that. And you can only, when you're really huffing Dance Girl up close, you're like, I'm losing my senses here. I need to smell some coffee beans in between each huff. Really, I should have coffee beans and then her shirt on rotation. I actually felt like going outside and getting some fresh air just so I can discern more clearly her pheromones, which are like, I don't know, really great. They're like meeting God. really fresh, really precious. I wonder if Louise is happy for us. I'll bet she is. Okay, well, I think we've had enough of a conversation here. So, thank you for taking me back, Dance Girl. And I'm gonna go.